Strangers in a dark room laughing at jokes they didn't quite hear. Frosted window panes and cheap champagne, a face appears. And anything could happen in these cathedrals we roam, where shadow people dance and trade their glance and walk home alone. Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn.
Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Tuesday. Myth, Spectre, it is great to see you, and thank you, Spectre. I really, really appreciate that. We're going to be doing something a little bit different tonight. A little bit different before we get going on Dad of Boy. No news. No news tonight. But instead, because tomorrow is a really, really, really big day. Now, chances are I'm probably not going to be starting it tomorrow, but tomorrow is a really big day. It is the release of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, which is massive. It's a game everybody's been waiting for a very, very, very long time. There's a video that I think does pretty good in terms of explaining the story of all the previous S.T.A.L.K.E.R games and everything else. And it doesn't take 2.5 hours for it to be explained. This is only like a 25-minute video. So we're going to watch that instead so we can kind of get up to speed with it. But before we do that, there is something that I do want to bring up. So there are people out there who actually do call themselves stalkers. And I don't mean like the people who walk around and, are really creepy towards other people kind of stalkers. I mean, quite literally, there are people that go into the Chernobyl exclusion zone and kind of like live a second life there kind of deal. And they call themselves stalkers. And because of this video game, because of the original video game that came out, it kind of basically brought this whole lifestyle. It literally brought it all out to the world, which is actually kind of cool. And it's all made in the Ukraine. First game was made in the Ukraine. Second and third games are made in the Ukraine. This next one that's coming out tomorrow is made in the Ukraine. So yeah, I mean, Chernobyl is in the Ukraine. So like, this is literally all like heavy Ukrainian stuff. But yeah, like even though obviously the story is fantastical and everything else, it is a real thing. There are people that do actually call themselves stalkers, which I thought was actually kind of cool. But without any further ado, here we go.
Hey, it's STREAMAVERSARY. With the release of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 just coming out tomorrow, I wanted to do a recap of the S.T.A.L.K.E.R lore, S.T.A.L.K.E.R universe, and everything that you need to have floating around in your head before you dive into S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. So whether you're someone who is a fan of the series and just needs a refresher, or if you're someone, which a lot of people seem to be, have never played a S.T.A.L.K.E.R game before but are starting with S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, I want to get you set up with a background and history of the game so you know what you're walking into. Now,
which makes sense. Now, who was here when I played S.T.A.L.K.E.R? I mean, granted, I played all 3 games, and it was a while ago, but who was here when I did it? Were any of you guys here when I played S.T.A.L.K.E.R? I honestly can't remember. I think Bloop was for at least one of them. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Bloop was here for at least one of them.
People have their own conceptions about what S.T.A.L.K.E.R is about, and I think there's probably the majority of people, at least that are watching this video, are probably in the camp of, I have friends or I know of people that are very big fans of S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
Watched a bit of the first one, okay.
Played the game myself, nor have I really kind of grasped the story. And I think from that perspective, if you're in that camp, you're probably looking at S.T.A.L.K.E.R as a realistic shooter game with some minor horror / sci-fi elements. And it's kind of just like, okay, yeah, there's radiation that's causing reality to shift, and there's lots of gunfighting and people fighting. But realistically, that's actually not what the story of S.T.A.L.K.E.R is about. And it goes...
Well, and to be fair, the first 2 games out of the first 3 were insanely janky. There's a lot of jank. They're very unforgiving, to the point where this was before autosaves, right? So if you forgot to like quick save, and then you'd go an hour or 2 without saving and you die, and you will die a lot, you're fucked. And the original Stalker, you had to play it on the hardest difficulty because the game was so janky that the AI was screwed up. So even though you could literally be killed in one shot, so could they. And that's what made it actually kind of cool. Because if you played it on the easiest difficulty, you were actually playing it on the hardest difficulty. Because, yes, you had a lot of life, but they also had a lot of life too. And they had they literally, like, you could empty entire magazines into people and they wouldn't go down. They might be injured, but they would not go down. So the only way to play the game the way that they want you to play it, which is conserving ammo, taking your shots, making careful shots, using them sparingly, and everything like that, was to literally play the game on the hardest difficulty because they accidentally fucked up the AI. So again, even though you could literally be killed in one hit, they could also be killed in one hit. It was really janky, but it was a lot of fun.
It's way deeper than any of that. See, Stalker actually started just like our world is today, where there is the very famous incident of the Chernobyl disaster. It is considered the largest nuclear disaster in human history. It is not the only, but it is the largest. So a series of events took place in Pripyat with the Chernobyl nuclear reactor that caused it to go into a serious meltdown and start destroying itself, which caused tons of radiation to blow off the roof of the reactor and spew out into the air.
Well, a little bit more background information in terms of Chernobyl. We've watched Kyle Hill on this channel a couple of times. We did watch one about him actually being allowed to take an official tour as part of a science team to the Chernobyl power plant and the cleanup and all that good stuff. There is a plate that sits on top of the nuclear reactors. There's a massive plate that sits on top of these nuclear reactors. And the plate that sits on top of the reactors where the control rods are pushed into the reactor weigh as much as a space shuttle. And there was so much power. That was released, or energy that was released when the, I think it was reactor number 4, exploded, that it not only blew off the top of the plate, or not only blew this plate off the top of the reactor, but it quite literally shot the plate 500 meters into the air through the roof. Imagine literally something the weight and size of a space shuttle being shot through a roof and 500 meters into the air in less than a second. That's how much energy was released when the reactor exploded. The HBO show was badass. It really was. I mean, there were things that they had to condense and whatnot, but they tell you that. So I don't have any problem with it. I thought it was a really well done show. It's cool the difficulty not only applies to the player, but also the NPC. Somehow makes it less frustrating compared to the other hard modes. Yes, it was less frustrating. And it, like, quite literally, if you go back and play the original Stalker, it's the only way to actually play it, which is on the hardest difficulty. Because again, if you try and play it on easy, and it literally is called easy, because they fucked up the AI, it was not that they did it on purpose. They screwed up the enemy AI. and they screwed up all the tables and everything like that. So if you play it on easy, everything just becomes a bullet sponge, and you'll never have enough ammo to do anything.
This made the area around the Chernobyl reactor unable to be inhabited by any living being. It was highly radioactive, and it was called the Chernobyl exclusion zone, where you just couldn't be around that without nuclear protective gear because it was highly, highly dangerous. And that's actually how the world of Stalker started. In the 80s with the Chernobyl disaster, the exclusion zone was lined out for everybody, and then that is where the first game, the Clear Sky prequel, begins. However, there was some very strange turn of events as the outside of the world was looking into the Chernobyl exclusion zone, which was becoming this kind of very mystical place that some people wanted to go to just for morbid curiosity. It was also kind of interesting to watch nature reclaim modern areas that had been completely abandoned by mankind. But then one day, something very strange happened. A large lightning storm occurred inside of the exclusion zone. A really huge wave of red light occurred as well. And when this blast of radiation came out of the exclusion zone, the zone got bigger by about 5 to 10 kilometers. So something that shouldn't be happening was actually happening. And when this blast, this red wave of radioactive energy came out, birds started dying instantly and falling out of the sky, animals fell over dead, and many of the people that were near the zone or in the zone were completely wiped out by this experience. And so from the outside, the world was starting to wonder what was going on inside of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Was it really just the exclusion zone of radiation? This should just be an area that's radioactive, but doesn't have these weird, strange, crazy events happening inside of it. And from that first event where this emission that comes out of the zone happens, they continued to happen. Animals were dying, crazy things were happening, and the zone was getting bigger. Now, as the zone becomes more interesting, I started calling out to people that wanted to get inside the zone and were just interested in seeing what was going on in there. There were these crazy anomalies that were occurring where gravity would flip upside down, certain objects would change in direction or in properties. There was fires that would rage without any actual fuel or oxygen required. Electric storms would appear and rage on without any of the weather requirements to make them function, and tons of deformations, mutations, and everything was happening inside of the zone, which again...
True. And also, this is really, really interesting. This was something that was actually a really cool mechanic. So what the player is doing here is they're taking bolts, literally just regular bolts, and all these things that he's throwing them at are called like anomalies, right? They were just generally called anomalies. And what he would do is, or what the player would do is they would throw these bolts into the anomaly, and then it's basically like invisible ball lightning. And what you do is you'd throw the bolt into the anomaly, and it would it'd make the lightning go off inside of it and completely get rid of the anomaly. So on top of all the resources and everything else that you need in the game, you literally have to constantly carry all these bolts and everything. So when you're out in a desolate area like this and there's anomalies all over the place, you can literally just throw bolts at them so they can completely diffuse.
Again, is not what you would expect from just a basic area that was radioactive. But not only that, the anomalies were occurring inside of the zone, but there was also this new discovery of artifacts, these items, these objects that were exhibiting crazy otherworldly effects, but they could be held, they could be carried, they could be handled, and a big surge of interest for these artifacts came out, where many corporations, organizations globally were wanting people to go into the zone, collect these artifacts, and return them, and were paying exorbitant prices to get these so that they could fund their research or fuel new ideas with these crazy new distortions in reality. But it was kind of a tall ask, considering the fact that many people that wanted to go into the zone to get the artifacts and retrieve them were not willing to risk their life. There was violent criminals inside of the zone. There were these distortions, mutants, and anomalies that could kill you on the spot. Most people that were willing to go into the zone were of the same type, people that didn't really have a future outside of the zone. Criminals, people that were running from the law, they didn't have a home to call their own from any area in the world, and they were looking for a place that no one else was willing to go so they could find their own peace. And this is where the idea of stalker was born. Stalker is not a word, it is actually an acronym, and it refers to the kind of people that are willing to go into the exclusion zone, risk their life for this area. The Stalker acronym stands for scavengers, trespassers, adventurers, loners, killers, explorers, and robbers. The only kinds of people that are willing to throw their lives away and risk it all to go into the zone are people that fit into one of those camps.
Alpo, what's going on, buddy?
From then on as the Stalkers. But the most concerning aspect about the zone is that it wasn't staying static. These emissions, as they were called, these large outbursts of radiation, destroying things, distorting the land, and causing more anomalies to appear, started to become more and more frequent, and the zone was continuing to expand, where most of the governments around the world were very concerned that the zone would continue to expand until it consumed the entire world. And so not only were these drifters, these stalkers, interested in going to the zone, but also more governments were too, to try and figure out if they could stop the expansion of the zone. And so they started commissioning military stalkers that were, full military outfitted adventurers or military outlets that were coming to investigate the zone and then go to the center of the zone and stop or destroy whatever was sending out these deadly emissions and whatever was causing this zone to expand. In the first game, you are a stalker. This is the original game from 2007. You are a stalker that has lost his memory. You have a tattoo on your arm that says stalker, but you don't really know who you are or what's going on. You just know that you're looking for a particular stalker. And this is where the basis of the game comes about. The two other games are a prequel with Clear Sky, and then of course with Call of Pripyat was more of a sequel that was a follow-up to the story overall. But it starts out very unassuming, and it's a thing that a lot of people enjoy about the Stalker games, is the fact that it just drops you into a world that feels alive, that feels like it exists.
Tomorrow is the big day that that Stalker 2 releases, yeah.
With or without you. You aren't the MVP, you aren't the main character of the story, you're just someone who's there, part of the world that exists around you. And as you push through the story, you think that you're part of some world where there's just some crazy radioactive events going on, but you start to realize that there is a deep story as part of this universe. Quickly find out that inside of the zone there are several factions, groups of people that have different ideals that all came about through different ways. So let's walk through the different groups that you'll run into. And in some of the Stalker games, you were able to join one of these factions and fight against the others, but you want to know going into Stalker 2, which of these groups believe what and where they came from. Some of the first folks to go to the center of the zone were part of a military outfit. They were sent by outside governments to find out what was at the center of the zone and what was causing the emissions to come out and cause the zone to expand. However, this first group of military folks came in completely unprepared for what was going to happen next. See, they went in as a military outfit expecting to fight humans, but what they found was a constant supply of anomalies, things that would burn you alive, melt the skin off of your arms and face, things that would cause your mind to distort and break down, as well as electric storms, falling rocks, landslides, and all kinds of crazy events. They were just simply not equipped to handle the anomalies that were going on and the dangers they presented. And so understandably, this military outfit was nearly wiped out. There were survivors that survived this first little bit, but they were stranded inside of the zone and they were caught by surprise by the horrors and evil that they found in the zone as well. And since then, another several rounds of military outfits were dropped into the zone. Even one of them was airdropped from a plane right over the reactor, and the same thing happened. Most of them ended up getting wiped out, with some survivors banding together, and all of these military outfits that came together at the end bonded to form a group which is now known as Duty. Duty is a group of ex-military trained professionals, and they believe very starkly that the zone is evil. Their goal in life, their goal inside the zone, is to find, eradicate, and if they can't eradicate, contain all the evil that exists inside the zone.
Yep.
All of the anomalies, all of the mutants, all of the rogue stalkers and criminals, they believe that they are the form of justice. Duty focuses on keeping the zone civil and trying to contain and otherwise destroy anything in the zone and prevent it from escaping out into the real world. But some of that comes from their military background and what they aimed to accomplish by entering into the zone. But the zone drew a bunch of other folks from the outside world. Like I said, criminals, adventurers, killers, looters, opportunists, the kinds of people that wouldn't fit in a normal society found their way into the zone and found a home in the zone because there was no governing body. Most official governments and organizations were not equipped to handle living in the zone, so for the most part, they stayed away from it. And the zone became a lawless wasteland outside of any duty camps that tried to keep order. And this drew a lot of people to the zone that didn't have anywhere else to go, or they were sanctioned somewhere, or they were about to go to jail. And this created a way for them to find a free area where they could be themselves. No one could tell them what to do. No one could tell them how to live. They wanted to live in a free area that was, in their eyes, a gift to the world. They actually saw the zone as a brand new place to exist as humankind, and they wanted to live an unrestricted life without any rules from any outside bodies. And so they were the ones that were wanting to keep and provide and extend the life of the zone and protect it from that perspective. And this group eventually became known as Freedom. Freedom is the group of people that is a collection of individuals that believe that the zone should be maintained, that the expansion of the zone is good for the world, and that it is a place that should be given its own sovereignty, because being here is different than anywhere else on the planet. And if you can join the zone and be part of it, then it's something that is unique and experience that should be protected. So freedom is essentially the complete opposite of duty. Duty wants to keep the zone civil, and they want to destroy and contain anything in the zone from getting out and destroying our normal way of life. And freedom wants to live in it forever and keep anyone like duty out, which obviously means that freedom and duty are at eternal war with each other. Next, you have a very loose description of a group of people, and that is going to be the bandits. This is a loose description of anyone that doesn't belong to any of the official factions. They just kind of exist in the zone. Their agreements and truces are very paper thin. If they find anything of value, they're very likely to kill you or kill each other or kill anything to take the money that they want. They constantly try to rob people. They're looking for any opportunity they can. And this is basically just a conglomerate of all the criminals and scum of the universe that want to find a place where they don't have any laws preventing them from living the life that they want.
And
bandits roam freely.
To be fair, bandits are typically quite stupid, right? At least in the first couple of games, they were typically quite stupid. So what would end up happening is, like we saw in this scene right here, right? Those dudes all dressed in black. There's only maybe 4 or 5 of them, and that's fine. But they're rummaging through whatever is in that area to see if there's anything that they can use or anything that's valuable, and that's great. But once you leave, they just go back to doing their thing. They're no longer cautious because they're too greedy and too selfish, and they need to keep taking whatever. So you can literally, if you have a silenced weapon, you can just pick them off one by one, and then they won't even know you're there half the time. The problem with bandits, there were a lot of them. There were a lot of bandits, yes. Yeah, most of the time especially early on in the game, you would definitely run into bandits, but thankfully they were pretty dumb, which was really nice.
They can go from place to place. They can try and take over compounds, but bandits are everywhere, and they are basically just the bad guys of the zone. Now, to understand the last group that you need to know about, we need to talk about the core story of Stalkers. So there's one more faction that you need to know about, but we'll circle back right after we talk about what actually was going on in the zone. Now, we talked about the anomalies appearing, the zone expanding, strange things happening, groups of people being sent into the zone, most of them getting wiped out, and these crazy emissions that were going on, destroying all life and mutating life forms as well. But there was a little bit more to it than that in the Stalker universe. As you got closer and closer to the zone, it became harder and harder to survive. See, near the center of the zone, there was a research group and a giant tower or series of antennae that were connected together that everyone in the zone knew as the Brain Scorcher. This was constantly sending out these crazy waves that were interacting with people that got close to it. In fact, the majority of people that got too close to the Brain Scorcher ended up becoming what was effectively a zombie. They could sometimes maintain some level of speech. They could still operate weaponry and walk around and navigate gates. And
you see how you see how that NPC kept getting shot in the head and wouldn't go down? That's because this person was not playing on the hardest difficulty. Like, if you were playing on the hardest difficulty, it would have been one shot to the head and they were dead.
And things like that, but they shambled, their motor function was very limited, and most of them couldn't speak very well. These were the zombies of the zone, and these were basically anyone that got close to the Brain Scorcher, the giant antenna in the center. And as you explore the first game, you discover what's near the Brain Scorcher, you make your way past it, only to find out at the center of the research group, at the center of the zone, was not a reactor, but rather a group of scientists that had been secretly experimenting with a brand new discovery that was earth-shattering. See, these researchers had found a new atmosphere level called the noosphere, which was very similar to discovering wormholes, something crazy powerful. It was a level outside of the atmosphere of Earth that affected emotion. It was something that controlled brain waves and impacted humankind in major ways. And so
now,
what they wanted to...
Again, imagine dumping 5 or 6 rounds from, say, a 11 or 12 round magazine from your pistol in a game where ammo is incredibly scarce, and you have to do that to every single enemy, and there's 30 of them in an area. You're gonna run out of ammo really, really, really quick.
To do was to study this noosphere by connecting their consciousness together to be able to eliminate the negative side of humanity. They initially started their research looking to eliminate hate and greed and violence and destruction and crime and all of that. And so they linked themselves together using the Brain Scorcher to mind control as many people as they could to eliminate the negative sides of humanity. And as we know from every major sci-fi movie, this never goes the way that they expected. And you find out in the first game that actually all of the anomalies, the emissions coming out of the zone, the growth of the zone was not because Chernobyl exploded, but rather because this group of researchers were messing with time and space and the noosphere, trying to create a brand new race of humanity that was free of fear and hate. And this is where our fourth faction comes in, because the researchers that were at the center of the zone conducting this research obviously were very afraid of military factions, groups, bandits, and all the like coming in and interrupting their research and causing violence around them. And since they themselves were not equipped for combat, they needed an armed force that would protect them. And this was the force that came to be known as Monolith, which essentially was just well-equipped individuals that had wandered too far into the center of the zone and had been taken over by mind control and were being used by the researchers to defend their active work at the center of the zone. But because the Monolith were so incredibly mind controlled, they were fearless. They didn't care what happened to them. They were exceptionally effective and were some of the most feared folks in the zone. And most of the time, people never wanted to run into Monolith because they were just super enhanced, mind controlled elite soldiers that would destroy anything and everything in their path. And now understanding the 4 different groups, the folks that want to protect the zone and preserve it forever, the folks that see the zone as evil and want to destroy it or contain it, the people that are just criminal scum walking the zone, doing whatever it is that they please, satisfying their every desire, and then mind-controlled zombie elite soldiers that are there to protect the secret researchers that are the cause of all of the zone's problems in the first place. You can imagine that from an outside perspective, you don't know which group you're going to run into, and most likely you're going to run into some hostility. So the view of stalkers, the people that walk the zone from the outside, was incredibly hostile. In fact, most of the time, any inside group or outside group developed a kill on sight mentality because you probably were right about doing that, since they were probably going to kill you first. It became this harsh area where everyone was willing to loot from each other, everyone was losing their minds, and crazy things were happening all over the place. And on top of that, these rare artifacts of crazy power being discovered, looted, transported, and exported outside of the zone to be sold for extreme riches. Then at the end of the first game and the wrap up for the Stalker trilogy, the main character, the main stalker, makes it to the end, finds the group of scientists that were messing with the noosphere and causing these emissions and anomalies to appear, and one of the options for your story endings is to eliminate them and stop their work in general. However, unfortunately, leading into Stalker 2, this did not have a positive reaction. Removing the scientists that were messing with the noosphere did not make the anomalies go away, it did not make the atmosphere return to normal, and it did not make the emissions stop. Instead, it caused them to amplify in intensity and frequency.
Yep.
The whole entire geography of the zone changed and warped. The anomalies increased in frequency. The emissions started happening more often. And now that the source of the emissions was gone, the zone took on a mind of its own. And that's where we are walking into Stalker 2. In fact, we've seen trailers so far showing people that talk about their time potentially with Monolith, where they weren't making their own decisions. It felt like they were mind controlled, the Monolith soldiers that were defending the scientists. We've seen these anomalies get bigger and more intense than anything we've seen in the previous games, as well as some of the pre-existing factions still existing in all of these trailers. And one of the trailers mentions that this was 10 years after. Now, whether that's 10 years after the explosion at Chernobyl, 10 years after the first emission, or 10 years after the end of the Call of Pripyat game, regardless, this is going to be a sequel in timeline. This takes place after the research group has been eliminated and the zone started going haywire. Crazy new anomalies are appearing.
Now, one thing to note, from what I understand, when it comes to Stalker 2, it takes place in modern day. So there's modern equipment, there's modern tech, there's modern gadgets, and so on. So maybe they're talking 10 years after the events of Call of Pripyat. It's entirely possible that that's what they're doing. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, from what I understand, Stalker 2 is supposed to be their equivalent, or this world's equivalent, of modern day today, which is pretty awesome.
Lots of new things are happening, and you're not really sure whether the zone is stable and what the political standing is for all of the groups inside. Now, a couple things you'll want to know about going into Stalker 2 is the general tools of the trade that you'll see returning in the sequel, and that is going to be your infinite ammo bolt that you see on screen, as well as the devices that come along with it. The bolt it really could just be anything, but it is the franchise-defined item that is used to test out anomalies. It is an item that is metallic, so it holds a charge. It's heavy enough so that gravity would affect it, and oftentimes you will throw it into anomalies to see what happens without entering it yourself, because if you walk blindly into an anomaly, it can end up killing you on the spot. And so the bolt is an infinite ammo item that you'll have.
And it's not just, oh, it'll kill you on the spot. This thing could also quite possibly turn you inside out. And that's how you die.
Available to your character, and you just use it to walk near anomalies, throw it in and see what happens. Is it a gravity anomaly? Is it an electric storm anomaly? Does it catch on fire? And it is your way to safely test the area in front of you, because not all anomalies are easily seen by the naked eye. You'll have to test it with a bolt to see what's going on. The device in your left hand is an artifact tracker, and there are actually multiple levels of this that we've seen in the trailers and have existed in previous games. The one you see now is the base level. All this will do is beep when an artifact is nearby. You're looking for these special powered up artifacts that will give you new powers, crazy bonuses, affect your stats, make you run fast, things like that, and also super valuable that you can sell to vendors for money, which allows you to buy gear throughout the game. And so the first one is the one you see on the left with that tube inside. It looks identical in S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 based on what they've shown us, and this will just beep faster and faster as you get closer to an artifact. Keep in mind that some artifacts are not visible until you're right upon them. So you'll walk forward, it'll start beeping, you don't see anything, it beeps faster and faster and faster, and eventually you get right on top of the artifact and it becomes visible and you can pick it up and put it in your inventory. So this will allow you to track it. But there are better versions of this tracker. There is a bear tracker which will show general direction and of the artifacts. There's even an elevated version beyond this which will have multiple tracking of multiple anomalies in different areas, so you want to make sure that you're using those effectively. Mutants will scale up in power. Some can be invisible, some can have crazy psionic powers, and anomalies will be interacted with in different ways. You might have to shoot them, destroy them, delete the cause of their anomaly, and that sort of thing. And that's part of the fun of playing a Stalker game, is running into these different encounters and trying to navigate your way through an unknown and uncertain world. But I'll leave it at that. That is the general story, background, and lore of Stalker going into S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 that you need to know, as well as some of the tools of the trade that you'll be aware of going into the game as well. So hopefully,
okay, one of the things that he doesn't touch on, because he's just really doing like the game synopses as well as, you know, like the different groups and stuff like that. But one thing that most people don't talk about, and this is what actually makes the game really, really, really fun, all of them, is that essentially you are not Superman. This is not a hero's journey. This is not, you know, this is not a story where you're destined for greatness or anything like that. You are not in any way, shape, or form special. You are a person that for one reason or another ends up in the zone, and literally everybody is trying to kill you. Anybody and anything out there is trying to kill you. That's all it is. You are not the chosen one. You are not, you know, the one. You're not like Neo from the Matrix. You are a nobody. And as far as the rest of the world is concerned, you are still a nobody. Even if you have as many artifacts as you can possibly use, it doesn't matter, because you've got factions that, as you play through the game, become more hostile towards you, depending on what you do against them or what you do for other factions. Those other factions hate each other, and while you're playing this game, the factions are, I mean, they're in the middle of conflicts and stuff like that outside of your sphere of immediate influence. So you could be inside a bunker, and there very well could be this massive battle that's going on 20 miles away from you that, by the way, is actually happening in the game. You're just not there to see it. It is, in fact, happening. You're just not there to see it. And yeah, so, I mean, literally, if you're not part of, a faction that may, for instance, control the majority of the zone by the time you reach the end of the game, if you're not part of them, you're the enemy. And they will be incredibly hostile, and they will do nothing but try to kill you and everything else, because to them, you are quite literally nothing. you very well may get friendly with other factions and stuff like that, and that's great. But if those other factions, because they've lost battles and they've lost popularity and people have died and everything else, if none of those factions amount to literally much of anything that can stand against, say, whatever faction it is that has that controls the majority of the zone, by the end of the game, you're gonna be in for a really fucking rough ride. A really rough fucking ride. Which makes it cool. And everything that you do in the game does have consequences. You may not see them initially because you don't even know that those factions exist. Aside from, oh shit, I just walked into the wrong place and there's a bunch of dudes that are holding guns to my head. But once you get further into the game and stuff like that, you find out that a lot of things that you have done in the past do have consequences. So the game really all hinges on what your choices are, which I think is really, really, really cool. It's really, really cool. And you are not special. You're just like everybody else, right? You're a stalker. That's exactly what you are. That's exactly how you're treated. So it's a really, really, really cool concept. Really cool concept. And if anybody is looking to cut their teeth on a series of games that they've never played before, but you like if you like post-apocalyptic stuff, if you like, say, the style of what Fallout is, but you've played Fallout a million times, stuff like that, and you want something that actually, has still really, really, really good stories and probably gets you immersed more so than any other game like it, definitely check out S.T.A.L.K.E.R. They're awesome, awesome, awesome. They don't tell you anything. They don't hold your hand. They're all super fucking janky. They're incredibly hard. They're incredibly unforgiving. But you could spend literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours in just your first playthrough, going through, doing everything, getting everything that you need, making sure you're in good health, making sure your weapons are in a good state, getting all the different modifications and everything that you want for said weapons, and so on, and, trying to pit. You literally can get to the point where you can pit factions against one another and wipe out factions almost entirely, depending on exactly how you play. So there is a lot, and it is very, very immersive, and it really is just a lot of fun. So I would highly, highly, highly recommend playing S.T.A.L.K.E.R. But here's the video. Please go like it. I don't know who Dry Bear is, but I found this video and I went, oh, look at that. Somebody who only spent roughly half an hour explaining everything versus 2.5 hours, which is typically what happens. So please go like the video at the very least. If you like how everything is done, I would highly suggest subscribing to the channel. I just did. So yeah, that's it. I'm excited for S.T.A.L.K.E.R. 2. I probably won't be starting S.T.A.L.K.E.R. 2 tomorrow because I got to finish Dad of Boy first. But I will be starting S.T.A.L.K.E.R. 2 soon. And I am really, really, really excited for S.T.A.L.K.E.R. 2. I'm incredibly excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And honestly, I don't think I've been this excited for a game in a while, in terms of a well-loved franchise. Even God of War. God of War is a fantastic game. I love God of War Ragnarok, and I loved God of War 2016, but yeah, S.T.A.L.K.E.R. just has this very, very, very special place in the hearts of people who have played it before. They published a new gameplay trailer for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I I heard about that. I haven't seen it yet. We'll probably check it out tomorrow. Yeah, we'll probably check it out tomorrow. But as much as I hate to say it, I'm also not really holding out hope anymore. It sounds really stupid, but that thing's been delayed more times than CD Projekt Red delayed Cyberpunk 2077. I can't be bothered. You know what I mean? Like, I love Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I thought the first game was a lot of fun, even though it was broken. But god damn it. Like, hey, when the thing comes out, I'll play it. Until it comes out, I can't be bothered to give much of a shit. Like, I'm not excited for it at all. That game had one of the worst development hells. It really did. It really did. It's been insane. There have been, I think, like 2 or 3, like from the time it was originally announced till now, I think there's actually been like maybe 4, possibly 5 games under the Vampire IP that have come out between the time Bloodlines 2 was announced and right now. And Bloodlines 2 still isn't out. It's fucking ridiculous. I really, really wish I was still excited for it, but, like, again, when it comes out, I will absolutely play it. Other than that, we'll watch the footage. I hate to say it, but I really cannot be bothered to care anymore. I'd love to get excited for it, but
Well, your father seems
Yeah.
very ready to go. Shall we then?
I can't. It sucks. I had for as broken. The first one is one of my all-time faves. Yeah, and that's the thing, Alpa. For as broken as the first game is, and as absolute crap, generally speaking, as the base game was, right? It still had so many it had so many good things, right? It was fantastic. That haunted hotel area was fucking creepy as shit. There were a lot of really cool things. The first half of the game was phenomenal. Second half of the game took a fat shit. Granted, they were rushed, and it turned into more just a generic FPS at that point. But it had a lot of really great things in the beginning. You could do a lot of really cool things. There were a lot of things to love about the game. It was fantastic. I had a blast with it. And it's janky as hell. It's broken as all shit. To the point where you literally need to, like, download a mod where people have painstakingly taken pieces of shit that they've data mined from the game in order to get past a certain point, because the fucking thing is so broken. When the game initially came out, even if they tried playing it, most people couldn't get past a certain area because they never finished the fucking level. So it's that fucked up. But it is still a really fun game, and I had a blast with it. I really, really did. It was real. The first half was so well done. It really, really was. But the second half just ate so many dicks. Just all of the dicks in their mouth. Like, it was bad. It really was. It was just all of the dicks all at once. But yeah. Bloodlines, the first Bloodlines was really, really good. It did really, really get a bad rep. I remember when it first came out. I had it. I bought it when it first came out, and I was really, really excited. And the fucking thing wouldn't work. Like, it would work up to a certain point, and this is, like, day one, by the way. So it wasn't like I could just go on to, like, Nexus mods or whatever the fuck was around at that point and go, oh, okay, here's the DLL, you need to fix it. So it would get to a certain point, and then the game would just shut off and not even give you any sort of reason as to why the game just stopped working. So I would spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just going around in the first bit that I could actually play and just do absolutely everything and find all the secrets and everything else. I had so much fun with that game. I really, really did. It was just so much fun. No, hey, controller drift. Stop it. Thank you. Also, I'm pretty sure, and I hate that they bring this up. Let's go photo mode. So, I'm pretty sure I know where his wife is from. Does anybody remember the TV show on HBO, True Blood? That looks like the redhead from True Blood. Doesn't it? The one who ends up getting turned into a vampire? Now, the show itself turned into basically, like, the first season was okay. I think it was the second season. That was the one where you had the witch. That was okay. And then it just kept going. It rapidly turned into what supernatural creature can we make Sookie Stackhouse fuck this episode? That's essentially what it was. But the redhead was always there, and I'm sorry, I kind of always had a crush on her. I always did.
Do you enjoy the gentle waves, little one?
Hey, Sober.
Father and I traverse this river often. One day, you will learn to navigate its waters.
Doing pretty good. We just watched a video to get everybody up to speed because I'd like to, after this game is over, I really want to play Stalker 2. So we just watched like a 25-minute video that explained like basically the events of the previous 3 Stalker games plus all that good stuff. Because I do want to play it on Game Pass. I'm really, really, really excited for Stalker 2. Really excited.
Deep in the wild woods. The most beautiful forest in all of Midgard. It is safe and serene here. Game is plentiful, and you will want for nothing.
Dead on my feet, so I can't stay too long. Didn't sleep since you were last live, I think. But Stalker 2 sounds like a good time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you ever play the Stalker games, Sober?
We nearly took each other's heads off. But he's softened since then. Somewhat.
Not yet, but they're on sale for Game Pass. Oh, dude.
Fortunately for you,
Dude, they are so good.
he remains dreadfully stoic.
They are so, so, so good. They're that, like, do you remember, like, the early 2000s jankiness that you would sometimes get? Even I know Cheeky Breaky? Hell yeah. You know that early 2000s jankiness that you'd get with PC games back in the day? The first Stalker is exactly that. And I was telling these guys earlier, and Alpa was here for it. No. Worse than the original Deus Ex. Like, I mean actually janky. To the point where it's a problem. Right? I will give you a perfect example. For the original game Stalker. Okay? The original Stalker game. you had to play it on the highest difficulty. And I don't mean, oh, you got to play it on the highest difficulty, and so you're a badass. No, you had to play it on the highest difficulty because they fucked up the AI and they fucked up everything else when it came to enemies. So if you played it on the easiest setting, you're actually playing it on the hardest setting. Because even though you have a lot of health, literally so do all the enemies, and they all turn into bullet sponges. And in a game where you have to conserve everything that you have, that doesn't work out so well. If you play on the hardest difficulty, yes, you can be killed with one shot, but so can they. So the only way to actually, like, really sit down and play the game the way that they really would prefer you to play it in terms of being immersed and everything else, and, having really intense combat, but being able to survive, is by playing on the hardest difficulty. No bullshit. That's how janky it was. And it wasn't done on purpose either. That's the best part. They couldn't figure out the AI.
I suppose it will fall to me to teach you language. Your father can teach you to hunt. Or perhaps that will fall to me as well, since all he seems to be good for is grunting. Have you nothing to say to your son?
What would you have me say, Faye?
Anything. Let him learn your voice. Let him know you.
He is far better off knowing as little as possible.
Knowledge is not always a burden. Think.
But I would definitely suggest you play S.T.A.L.K.E.R sober. It's so much fun.
I do not fear our child, Faye. I fear for him.
Bump it up? Hell yeah, dude.
He is innocent.
We are not our failures. We are not who we were. We must be better. Atreus is our future. Keep him safe, Kratos. Protect our son.
Future pain in the ass, true.
did that wall ever do to you? Building focus. Something my father taught me. Did it work? Not yet. So, what you focusing on anyway? Controlling my emotions. Heimdall keeps trying to make me lose my cool. Ugh! I can't give into it.
I just checked, by the way. So, the one I thought it was, her name is Deborah Ann Woll. And yes, she was the redhead from True Blood. And yes, she is the one who did the voice acting and the motion capture for Kratos' wife in this game.
Hey, it's through. Hey, be cool.
Training without me?
That a good idea? Training? I mean, I think it's a great idea, but won't your mom be mad if she finds out?
Good point. But did you consider...
No, it didn't. That didn't hurt, also.
Anyways, grandfather wants to see you.
Oh, grandfather. Right, okay. Here, then take this. And, send my regards to Sif, Lady Sif. And, Atreus? See you later. And Thrud? Bye, Thrud.
Midgardian boys are so weird.
Weird can be good.
It's the two of you, I swear.
What's in the jar?
Milk curd, Mom's favorite. It's his way of helping. Grandfather's in his study. Catch up later?
Okay. Now we have to play as Fuckhead. Got it.
Sif and Thor's room. Everyone back home would freak if they knew I was in here.
That's a really big
What
bed.
am I doing in here?
You're being a... Yeah. You're being a perv. That's what you're doing. Ooh, listen.
You don't understand. It's a lot more complicated than you think. You don't need to know why things are done.
But I'm old enough.
This isn't about your age.
Then what is it about? Because by this point, Magni and Modi...
We're set on the path that led to their death. I don't understand.
You never try to.
Then help me. Why are you so intent to walk the same path? And with that boy, no less.
It's not about him. This is my dream. Haven't you ever...
You're not some farmhand. We're Aesir. We have duties, not dreams. And you need to start acting like it.
Sometimes I hate you.
Wow. Okay. Well, that happened.
Out of here. Maybe Odin's down in his library.
Well, wait. Is there anything else I can yoink from here? I don't think so. Nah, doesn't look like it.
What are you going on about?
I just don't get it. The mask, bringing the giant that killed my sons here. Why?
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Stop letting your wife think for you. She's clouding whatever's left of your brain.
This isn't about her.
No, it's about your limitations. Accept them and move on. Now go smash something, will you? Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk.
Wow. Damn. That's kind of brutal.
Okay, come here.
I finally figured it out. This is where you killed Ymir.
isn't it? First giant.
Tell me, can you murder a landslide? Smother a storm? He was more, a force of nature, a vessel of power. I was young, foolish, saw an opportunity to create something more. I know you think it's cruel, but I did what I had to protect my own.
Why build your house here? What's in there? I'm gonna trust you.
I'm trying to tell you. In the wake of Amir's death, I saw something. The rift. Possibly the birthplace of reality. I looked inside, and something was there looking back at me. It whispered to me things I couldn't possibly comprehend, but I knew they were true. When it blinded me, I thought it was over, that I'd never see inside again. And then I found this. And I knew that it would finally let me see the answers. You see, son, I don't know where I go when I go. There's no Valhalla for me. Ragnarok cannot be the end. I need to know there's something more than this. I need to know what happens to me. And that's the truth, I swear, on my last good eye. That's the truth.
The writing on here talks about a cold breath. Breath. Wind. It's gotta be Helheim.
Helheim, you say? I'll take it. And I know just the person to accompany you. I'm trusting you two can handle this responsibility.
You can count on us. Don't mess this up for me.
Oh, forgot to mention, Heimdall will be joining you.
What a privilege. For all of us.
Oh, whoa, hold up. You don't want to walk into the blistering cold of Helheim without this. Efri-Lau should keep you nice and toasty. You're welcome.
Huh. Ymir said even Odin couldn't survive the cold in Helheim.
You believe everything that old goat says?
Rude. Too bad your first time outside Asgard
Nah, we're
has to
gonna
be to
make the most of
Helheim.
this.
Now, as much as I would love to babysit, I have something else to do for the Allfather. If you run into any trouble, just scream so I know where to find your bodies.
He is an
Find
asshole.
that mask piece.
That's true. He is an asshole. How do I do the thing? Oh, yeah.
Finally, I can test my skills alongside the real Valkyrie expert.
First off, Hellwalkers are nothing compared to Valkyries. Second, I thought you didn't believe me.
Hang on 1 second. I gotta do a thing. Gotta do a thing, otherwise this is gonna drive me up a fucking wall. So give me a second. How do I do this? Fucking drift, man. I know this looks weird, but bear with me. Somehow it actually works. My problem is I think there's dirt. I think that's my problem, is that I think there's dirt inside the thing, because if I take rubbing alcohol and I just let it kind of go down into where the analog stick sits, it kind of like breaks everything up and it makes life a lot easier. But I know that there's a lot of other shit that can cause drift. Oh, yeah. Much better. Not perfect. Not yet. But definitely better. Hang on. God awful drift. Also, you want to talk about a fucking scam. Holy shit. I read this thing the other day while I fixed this. I read this, or not read, but I watched a video on this the other day. So PlayStation or Sony refuses to acknowledge that there's a problem with their analog stick drift. With the exception of one thing. A $250 fucking controller that allows you to hot swap out analog sticks, which is great, except for the fact that the analog sticks cost $20 a pop. So if you start to get any sort of drift in your controller, your standard PS5 controller, there's two things that you can do. Either A, take the whole damn thing apart, pray you don't break it, and try to fix it yourself by buying shit aftermarket. Or B, go out and spend another $250 for I think they call it like a ProSense controller, which allows you to hot swap out the analog sticks, but they cost $20 a pop and are almost never in stock. And those are the only two things you can do.
Hellwalkers, here's your chance.
For the record, I believe you fought the Valkyries. I just don't believe it was Grandfather who corrupted them, or that he caused the desolation in Midgard, or that he had all the giants killed. Am I missing anything?
Lots actually.
More Hellwalkers! I got this!
What? I'm just supposed to walk? No way! Wow, really good.
I gotta say, I don't think these warriors are very hard to beat.
Nightmare!
Jump
Loki incoming! You want some of this?
Well, what other heinous crimes has my grandfather committed?
Let's see. He decimated Vanaheim, tortured Tyr, murdered Groa, murdered Ymir. Goes on and on.
Interesting. And where'd you hear all this?
Freya and Mimir told me.
Oh, so his traitorous ex-wife and a bitter former advisor. Got it.
Look, you don't believe me, but...
No, I don't. Either you're full of crap, or you're a hypocrite for helping him. Can we just focus on the mission?
Total hypocrite. It's true.
True. My father wasn't always the person he is now. But he changed. Maybe Odin can too. I know how hard it is to hear this stuff, but you should know the truth. What you choose to do with it, that's up to you.
Ooh. I just equipped the mask. Hello? Yeah.
Dead end. This is where the mask said to go? What's it say?
Let's double back. We'll find a way around. See? More Hellwalkers. That means we're headed the right way. Diablo!
Nice.
Well, there's a big hole up there now. Could be our way around. Maybe we can use the big crate.
I got this.
Uh-huh, sure you do.
Hey, we're okay, right?
I guess. Maybe our families are just meant to be enemies.
Well, not us. I don't believe that. What I do believe is that you'll make a great Valkyrie. I'll tell your mom the same thing, even if she scares the life out of me.
That means a lot. Thanks. Now, we have a mask piece to find.
Oh, tell your mom you make a great Valkyrie. Does it really matter? Literally, it's the end of the world?
No way through up here either. Now what?
Not sure. But my gut's telling me what we need is here. Diablo!
It fell through the floor!
Could be our way up. Let's head back down and find out. Now we go right.
Into a group of Hellwalkers. Let's get them!
Jump up!
Whoa! What is that?
A revenant! I'll slow it down for you!
Nah, I got this! Come on, let's try to keep up! Look out!
Ow.
Come on, let's try to keep up! very creepy.
And this way's blocked too.
There has to be another way. Keep your eyes peeled.
No, can't go up there. Oh, I see.
Let's go. What's the mask say?
So, the mask's pull is a little weird with all these buildings in the way, but I think we're going the right way.
You think?
Listen, Thrude, it's not exact science, okay? Going off mysticism and hopes and dreams here, so give me a fucking break. Jesus.
You want some of this? Nightmare! Look out!
Wait, so this way?
Sure.
Are you messing with me? I need this to go well. I need my family to see what I can do.
I know. We both do.
Mask?
Looks like it's through here.
Pseudoscience is kind of science.
Let me
Kind
get
of.
that for you. Okay, this thing is really fighting me. See anything in there?
Yes.
There.
Nice. Whatever you shot crashed through the floor again. Let's head back and check it out. So, I talk about my mom a lot. What's your dad like?
He's intense. Like he's trying to force me into this mold. But I'm not sure that's me.
Oof. Well, I know exactly what that's like.
Thing is, I don't know what I want. I love that you do.
You'll figure it out.
Okay, that's a big one. More of them! Come on, Loki, don't give up!
Ow! I wasn't trying to give up, I got fucking annihilated.
Come on, Loki, try to keep up! Whoa, you can turn into a wolf?
Ow.
Look out!
Does it ever go away?
No, it doesn't.
Mom's gonna have a real tough time keeping me in Asgard after this. Which way?
The mask showed it was straight ahead earlier. Of course the way's blocked.
Maybe they're trying to keep people out. Or something in. I bet there's another way around. There always is.
No. Nope. Well, this is awkward.
Aha! I see more soundstone.
Oh.
You know what to do.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So, how'd you know you wanted to be a Valkyrie?
I didn't always. After a bad fight with Mom, I snuck out and found them training. Somehow, every movement they made had such purpose, like they knew exactly where they needed to be. And in that moment, so did I.
Gets handheld by an NPC. Yeah. It's true.
So, where to now?
Looks like it's through here.
The training gave me...
Too heavy?
Shut up! Something's blocking it.
I'll take a look, but I want to hear the rest.
Deal.
Not bad.
I know. As I was saying, seeing the Valkyries fight, all strength and style, no apologies, it gave me clarity. For the first time, I saw my path forward.
Too bad giants have to follow prophecy.
Who cares? Make your own path, just like we've been doing here.
Okay. Where are we going? Got it. I wonder...
Now let's see.
I wonder who decided, like... You know what this... Like, God of War 2016 was a phenomenal game, right? Everybody loved it. Now, there are some things that we can fix, right? We can make the camera not, like, you know, right up Kratos' ass, and, you know, that works, because that makes, like, you know, having a bigger field of view makes everything so much better, right? Let's take the color stuff, was going around the edge of the screen all the time. Let's make that like a little circle, right, around, like, the player. That's great. Fantastic. You know what else we need? And nobody says anything, and I don't know why. We need to play as Loki. Who the fuck thought that?
Step aside, little man. This one's stuck too. Got it.
Sure looks like it.
Bring it on! You want some of this?
Yeah.
Where's he now?
That way.
I wish we could get past that.
Doesn't look
stupid-
promising. Yeah, I know.
Looks like it's through here, but it's blocked. Yeah.
Yes. Aha! Can you get up there? See if you can find a way to cut the crate down on the other side. I'll wait here. I don't have a fancy way up like you do.
Got it.
Okay.
Ingrid, was I too rude about her grandfather? She should know the truth, right? Yeah, guess so.
Hey, you talking to me?
No. Just talking to Ingrid.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting.
Summon spectral wolves that pounce on enemies? Really? That sounds pretty awesome, actually. Why the fuck wouldn't I do that?
Let's see. Where can I get a better view of that crate?
You did it!
Better get back.
Oh, fuck.
I got it! Attaboy, Loki! Mess him up!
Yappa!
Get him, Ingrid. Much better.
All right, the path's open. Let's go.
Whoa. The mask is freaking out. We must be close.
Didn't even need to summon wolves, it's true. That didn't sound good.
Don't look at me. You're the one who's been here before.
It's probably nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing.
Yeah, it sounds kind of bad.
Yep. We gotta get out of here.
The mask. We're so close. Besides, I don't think it's dangerous.
Are we looking at the same thing? Maybe. He's locked up for a good reason.
I can feel what he's feeling. It's a giant thing. Look, he just wants to be free. The peace must be behind him. Trust me.
Oh, shit.
Let's start with the lock not near its teeth.
sleeper. Let's do the next.
Oh boy. This is a very big dog.
All right. There.
Looks like there was another one under his foot.
Look out! You're welcome, mangy mutt.
Let's look in the chamber he was guarding.
Okay, well, I guess he doesn't need help.
A dead end?
Okay, gonna be honest. If he could just rip that out like he did, why didn't he do that with all of them?
Please tell me it's down in the water or something.
There's... How? It's not responding anymore. This has never happened.
But you said trust you. And we let that thing loose. Grandfather's gonna kill me. We gotta get out of here. Come on.
Could not get up. Yeah, but he was sleeping. It wasn't the chains that were keeping him down on the ground.
Drew, wait up.
He just couldn't go any farther than where he was.
Drew, it's gonna be okay.
How can you say that? I shouldn't have listened to you.
Look, if I made a mistake, I'll fix it. I can find the piece.
Oh, shit.
Absolute, unqualified moron. You know that thing tears holes between realms, right? Well, I suppose I should expect nothing less from half-breeds.
Don't call me a half-breed.
I will call you whatever I like, Junior.
Leave him alone. It was a mistake.
No! The mistake was allowing you to think that you were ready. You helped him, didn't you? What side are you on anyway, Guppy?
Try me and find out.
Oh. And what are you going to do exactly? You see, everyone takes it easy on you because they are afraid of your father. I am not. That fat, drunken, utter piece of trash! Hey!
Again!
Yes, yes, the dumb does not fall far from the tree. Very well, then. Give me your best shot. You have a lot to learn, little girl. Starting with who your family is and who it is not.
Just wait until I'm a Valkyrie.
Oh. You really believed the Allfather would allow that to happen? Please do not let this little weasel feed your delusions any longer.
Enough!
So close.
Stop! He just wants to make you mad.
Yeah?
Well, it worked.
Well, you toddlers are boring. If you are finished throwing your little tantrum, we should go now. Because I cannot wait to watch you explain this mess to the Allfather. Oh, it's going to be Hugin! Damn, he's not here.
Yeah, right?
Let's check his study. Oh, boy, is he going to lose it.
Father will have my back.
After the All-Father sent him away sulking with his tail between his legs? Doubtful. And you, Loki of the Jotnar. I am haunted by your incompetence. It keeps me up at night.
Whatever.
No, seriously, I find the hues and shades of your shortcomings almost moving. If we could only somehow harness your uselessness, we could fuel this entire city.
Fine. It's all on me. Just leave her out of it.
I don't need your help, Loki.
Sorry.
Save it for the All-Father.
We have a lot to discuss.
Loki, I'll meet you in your room when I'm finished here. Shouldn't be long.
Okay.
My mission went quite well, All-Father.
Thanks a lot.
Thrud,
I don't want to hear it. Everything was fine until you showed up.
I'll make it up to you. I swear.
You gonna slam that door hard, baby? Oh boy.
I don't really want to talk right now.
Okay. He doesn't want to talk.
What did you think would happen? She hates me, Thor. My little girl. You can't keep undermining me like that. Bringing her behind my back?
She's gonna do the same. When you idolize that pet, no wish is going to keep her safe.
No, I'd rather us be a team. I'd like you to back me up for once. You're ruining what little relationship I have left with her.
I'm doing the best I can to keep this family together.
If that was true, you'd stand up to your father for once in your life.
Oh, lovely. Oh, she called Thor honey. Oh boy. Thor
really
be
messed up.
fucking Sif.
It's times like this I really miss home. Ingrid, did you have a home? Before you came here? Someone who took care of you? That sounds like a yes. Maybe I could help you find them without, you know, screwing it up. Sound like a plan?
Oh boy.
May I come in? I heard what Heimdall had to say. I'd like to hear it from you. What happened?
It wasn't there. I was wrong.
Well, we all make mistakes, son. But freeing Garm, that was a big one. Chaos is already spilling out into the other realms. We're safe here in Asgard, but everywhere else.
I think I want to go home now.
Okay, if that's what you want. I meant it when I said you're not a prisoner here. It's your choice. Go, clear your mind. I know you'll be back. But before you go, I'll need the mask back. It's not that I don't trust you, you understand? It's the company you keep. Oh, and Ingrid?
Please, need to go.
Loki, When you do decide you're ready to continue our work here, Hugin will be waiting for you in your old home. You screwed up. Doesn't change the fact that you're welcome here. Oh, and say hi to Mimir for me.
Never thought I'd be so relieved to be back here. If you're staying, you might be waiting a while.
Oh, good.
Of course. Better use the Mystic Gateway quick. Odin was right. Freeing Garm. How did I screw up so badly? Okay. Guess it's time to face him. No running away this time.
Yeah, I'm sure this will go really well.
Almost home. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine.
Right. Just wait.
No, no, no.
It's you! Wait, it's you!
Atreus, watch out! This won't stop until I close that belt. Atreus, help keep them off me.
Grief.
I need your help. Atreus, help me with the spell. I'll show you how.
Tell me when!
Lassa.
Lassa. Rifa. Lassa.
Come on.
Atreus!
Nice.
Father!
Off your back. Help Freya. I will draw them to me.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Incoming! They're behind you!
Jesus Christ.
Incoming!
What in the fuck? God damn. Why is it? Oh no. Wait a sec. Something might have happened. I'm not sure what. That was weird. Give me a second. Oh no. It froze. It literally just took a crap. Hang on. I don't have much of a choice, unfortunately. Hopefully it's saved. That'd be really cool, but I don't know when. They summoned digital Cthulhu. I mean, something happened. Not sure what. Okay, we'll give it a minute. We'll let the shaders compile, do all of its thing. It'll be fine. It'll totally be fine. Ish. Maybe heavy on the ish, but, you know. Okay. Oh, God. It froze again. Oh, there we go. Jesus. We're good.
How many of those do you have? Rifa! Left side, brother!
It's all Atreus' fault. Always.
Is it over? No thanks to you.
Where's Atreus?
Atreus? Has the runaway returned and brought all this with him?
God, just hold still.
I told you I'm fine.
Oh, you're bleeding.
Quit your blubbering.
What do I call you?
just happened?
It's all my fault. The Hellwalkers... they're everywhere. Everywhere.
That is not your fault.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
There was a wolf in hell.
Oh boy.
He was in chains and I set him free. I thought that if...
Garm? Great bleeding fuck, lad. You freed Garm.
Gar? Who freed Gar? That's madness. Surely not you, young one.
If the Hound of Hell is loose, he'll chew through the fabric of the realms. Hellwalkers are just the beginning. What were you thinking?
Aye, this is a fuck-up of not insignificant proportions.
What would drive you to such mischief? Is this Loki's doing?
Enough. Leave him. Atreus has made a mistake.
Great bleeding fuck, lad.
One that we will fix together.
Grand. Now, if you don't mind, I'd rather stay here. I've had my fill of visits to Helheim.
One problem. I'm not sure I have a way back to Alon.
Perhaps the squirrel does.
I need to speak with you at once. At once, I say.
Oh god. Now what? What?
Gentlemen, I apologize for my brusque tone, but whatever has lately transpired in Helheim is completely unacceptable. I must insist you go get your weapons into state-of-the-art condition and then remedy the situation without further delay. And do try not to fuck up.
Aren't you gonna, you know, reprimand me?
No. I am relieved. You are safe.
Okay. Wow. Maybe I should run away more often.
Atreus.
Kidding. Sorry. So where'd the new spear come from?
Brock made it. From Dropnir.
What's that?
A ring.
But what's its story?
I do not know. You were not there to ask.
Their eyes. Oh, what the ice zombie things? Is that what you're talking about?
Atreus.
He's probably just scared. He was chained up for a really long time. We can't hurt him, okay?
A desperate creature can be the most dangerous.
I know. Come on, we gotta get across before he opens up more realm tears. Oh, wind powers? Cool.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that did, but it was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Did Odin ask you to free that creature?
What? No. Why?
Are you not working with him?
It's not what you think.
Whatever he promised, he cannot be trusted.
I don't. But he has something I need. It's hard to explain.
That's so much fun.
Whoa! That looks cold! gotta get up there. But this ice is in the way.
I will handle it.
Oh. Wait. Why is it not doing what it needs to do?
Still didn't work.
I see that.
Another perspective, maybe. Something you missed?
Maybe this one first? About here. And then here. No? Where's that fucking bird? Oh shit, I almost had him. Whatever.
The wind from your wings.
Sure you got all the weak spots?
Nice.
Your work for Odin. You said it is hard to explain. Why?
I just need you to trust me. I know I have no right to ask. Can you anyway?
What does he have that you need? Why can you not tell me?
It's complicated. What about you? Why do you have a new weapon? I thought you didn't want war.
I do not. But
fuck.
Complicated?
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. There we go.
Everyone keeps secrets. Sometimes it's the only way to protect the ones we love. And don't worry about Odin. I'm not going back there.
that is good to hear.
Oh, good.
A realm tear. Arm's been busy. I think I understand how Freya close one. Keep the enemies away if you can.
I can.
Let me know when you're ready. I bet if we follow those Hellwalkers up there, we find Garm. Blast off. Blast off. Almost got it. Have to keep an eye out for more. Thanks for coming back with me. You didn't have to.
I am your father. I will always help, as long as I am able.
Well, that's good to hear too.
Tell me, what were you doing in Asgard?
I was translating things for Odin. There's this mask he found and a magical rift that's connected to it. It's all sort of...
complicated.
Yeah, but I met people my age there. Made friends. I think we're still friends.
You cannot trust those loyal to Odin.
It's not always bad to trust people.
It compromises your judgment.
Maybe, but I'm tired of feeling alone.
Atreus.
Let's just figure out how this gate works, okay? The gear's blocked when the gate is up.
Yep, it's true.
Alka! Guess sigil arrows don't work on that.
There we go.
What are you thinking?
Another! To the left! Behind you! Go! There he is! You see that? He's tearing this whole realm apart. Above you, father! Behind you! Look out! Come on. You gotta stop him. This is all my fault.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's entirely your fault.
I see a notch in the pillar here that your spear could probably fit. But we need a better angle. Watch out! Wearing a lot of ice right now. Got him. Here it comes!
Damn. Fucked him up.
about your decision to go to Asgard. Help me understand.
Odin doesn't want Ragnarok. I know I can't trust him, but I needed his help. I can't let Ragnarok happen either.
I would have helped you.
I know, but... Wait, he's right here! Okay, okay! It's okay, boy!
It's a very angry puppy.
Calm! Calm. We just wanna...
That's a very, very, very angry puppy. Idiot. No, wait. God damn it. No. I want the health. There. Much better.
If Odin truly wishes to avoid Ragnarok, then we are in agreement.
Yeah? And what's that spear for?
To protect you.
Don't you have other weapons for that? What are these guys doing here?
They are dead.
Oh, yeah.
That would do it.
Left side! Incoming!
Okay.
Traveler, I hate fighting these guys when they're alive. Help them! Wearing a lot of ice right now! Outcome!
Ow!
Throw your axe at the glowy thing!
Ooh. Fuck. Okay, don't use the spear. Spear is bad for this guy. Spear actually really sucks for this guy.
Outcome! What's the glowy thing?
Shit.
You're frozen! You okay?
Much better.
So, if you're not preparing for Ragnarok, seriously, why the spear? I shared. It's your turn.
We are not the same. I am the parent.
You're ducking the question.
It still doesn't matter. He's the parent, so shut up, idiot.
Falco! I think my arrows will stick to the wood up there.
Maybe?
Falco!
There.
Maybe multiple sigils will reach it. Let's go. We're close. Promise me you won't kill him, okay?
I make no promises, but I will try not to kill the beast.
I mean, that's fair enough, right? Okay. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Jesus.
No way forward. But looks like there's a notch in the wall.
Really? Thrust of 1,000 soldiers. Oh, shit. Damn, that's actually a really good one. I like that.
What is your plan?
I'm sort of making it up as I go. But you're not talking about Varn.
You cannot outsmart Odin.
It's worked so far.
Has it?
to try to tame it.
Tame it.
Sure. I've tamed wolves before.
Right. Tame.
Okay, I'll distract Arn. You freeze his chains with your axe so he can't run and latch him onto something.
No, too dangerous.
It's a good plan. Let's move.
Wait.
Oh, God. Yeah, I beat him last night, Spectre.
Are you okay? We
Your
almost...
transformation. Did Odin teach you to control it?
No.
We will not rely on what he taught you. Next time, we do it my way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I beat him last night. Yeah, hard refill. Yeah. I told you I wasn't giving up until he was dead. Dead, dead, and dead. Nice.
Why didn't that work? You didn't mess up on purpose, did you?
Now, who does not trust?
Sorry, that wasn't fair. I thought it would work.
Patience. We will find a way.
I think we need to get up to that ledge up there. How?
There is always a way.
Oh, I gotta go around here.
Do you see?
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
The solution is not always obvious.
Ate your dinner, got yourself some kombucha. Ooh, I love kombucha. It's been a minute since I've had kombucha, but I really, really do like it. Except I would never recommend chugging it. Because that's... You're not going to be feeling so good for a couple hours if you chug it. But it is good stuff. Very good stuff. So how about you, Spectre? How goes the how's the PC handling?
My arrows will slow her down! hear him up ahead.
We do this my way now.
I guess your way means...
It means what you think it means.
Can't we try and...
We have the power to limit the harm this creature can cause. We will use it.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oof. Damn. Really pissed off doggo. Ow. Get real sick of you.
We don't have to fight each other.
It's just beyond reason, Atreus.
He absolutely is a biter.
You leave us no choice.
Jesus, dog. Shit. Ow.
Okay, guess I see why they locked him up now.
Aren't you fucking idiot? Ow, cock.
Do not show mercy.
Aren't you tired of destroying things?
No, you Jesus. okay. Fucking Jesus Christ. Wow. Very angry dog. Oh, okay. So it's not terrible.
Looks like he's getting ready to attack.
Ow. Fucking piece of shit, dog, asshole. God damn it.
I'm on it.
Jesus.
It is over.
I wish it didn't have to end that way. It's my fault he got loose. That he's dead.
Sometimes there is no other way.
I know.
That last whimper, I know every time. Oh.
Can we just go home now?
Atreus.
I know. Close my heart to it. Another locked door.
Oh, okay, I see. Here. No, wrong one. Here. Here.
Do you have an idea?
Maybe we can use my sigils to carry the frost to the gear.
Little bit higher. There we go.
That should do it. Come on, the gate's open. Let's go before it unfreezes.
While you are gone, I sought the Norns. They told me Heimdall intended to kill you in Asgard.
Heimdall? The Norns? I thought you didn't believe in them.
Aw, shit.
Ow.
Gotta go. Come on, through the hole in the floor. Came back? What do we do?
I do not know.
You don't know?
Do not stop. Run.
Where?
The stairs. Outside. Hurry.
Behind you!
Just keep running. Shit. Oh.
Jump.
We gotta go.
If we can't find him, the dead will keep flooding the realms. The realms will collapse.
You must learn to calm your mind.
Maybe I've learned I run better on chaos.
What else did you learn?
We work better when we trust each other.
Oh, now he learns that. Got it. Okay.
You hear that? Where is he? Watch out! You guys?
Yes. Now we fight.
Here we go again.
Ow.
Use your spear. He's gotta have weak points. Don't forget to detonate the spear. You got it. How long can you keep this up? Come on, stay down. Stay down.
I can see that.
How does he keep coming back?
That is his nature.
You gotta change that. Fast! It's like he doesn't have a soul to kill. Wait! I think I can stop this. I need you to help me get on his back.
What?
Trust me, please. I got this.
Move your way then.
Shield up!
Ow.
Just give up already. Why aren't you blocking? Now's our chance. There's time. Grab him.
Come on.
Please work, please work, please work! I'm sorry!
What happened?
We gotta find him. Come on.
Jesus. Listen, kid. This is all your fault. Everything sucks because of you.
Well, guess he came this way. Let's find another way up.
What did you do?
At the house. The spell you saw me do when Fenrir died. I didn't know it then. But I accidentally put his soul into my knife. Souls are powerful, so I thought maybe Fenrir's could...
Change its nature.
Yeah. Let's see if it took.
When I found you in Midgard, before Freya attacked, you said you needed to protect me. Why?
I saw a prophecy. You were... in my arms. Dead.
I saw it too. In Jotunheim.
What? You knew? That's why you've been training me so hard.
One day, you will have to survive without me.
Not gonna happen. I won't let it. I won't.
All journeys come to an end.
Not ours. Not like that.
Hopefully just Loki's. That would be awesome.
You're okay. Sorry I hurt you. It's over now. I promise. Fen? Are you? Oh! Boy. Yeah. I missed you too. Didn't know if that would work. We did it!
Sit. How is this possible?
It's giant magic. I've been learning things.
In Asgard.
This has nothing to do with that.
More secrets.
No. A promise. One that someone's trusting me to keep. Like you kept your promise to Mom? See what I can do when you trust me?
Giant puppy.
Oh. It is done. We should inform the others. Decide our next move.
So, when the Nords told you Heimdall was gonna try and kill me, that's who your spear's for, isn't it?
It is.
Heimdall's a jerk, but that's not who you are anymore, right? God killer? You don't want war.
No. But I will do what it takes to keep you safe.
No, he's totally a god killer.
Great, it's open. Maybe we can use the sigils to freeze the gear up there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Alka.
Aw, ass. Actually, no, that'll work.
Father, if you can't trust the fates, why do you care what they say?
When it comes to your life, I can take no chances.
Hang on, why do I know S.T.A.L.K.E.R? Mighty S.T.A.L.K.E.R, Swallower of the Dead, Author of the Winds, is not the first to claim the title of Hell, nor will he be the last. Since the time of the earliest frosts, 9 rulers have fulfilled the role, with her tenure having lasted the longest. But when will her dominion end, and will she be supplanted by force or abandon her title willingly? The dead watch and wait. Oh, okay. Leader of Hell. Gotcha.
The Mystic Gateway got buried.
I have it.
What's wrong?
I have been falling back into my old ways. Angry. Distrustful. With you. Now and before. I chased you away.
Without you, I got reckless. Overconfident. Made stupid mistakes. I don't know why I thought I could do this alone. You were right.
No. On our journey together, you have grown into a warrior, worthy of your namesake.
You spelled idiot wrong.
I was the one who was not ready.
You don't have to be who you were just because I'm not there. Let's make a promise. I'll listen for your voice in my head when you're not there, to guide me. And you do the same. All right?
Hey. I fucking... Okay, first off. Bro. The reason he's going back to his old ways is because literally his kid is the dumbest fucking idiot on the planet. Every time he's like, this needs to be done, we need to go here, he just pisses and moans the entire time. And then he gets uber pissed when literally his son goes, fuck you, Dad. I'm doing the one thing that I probably shouldn't be doing because it's going to help bring about quite literally the end of the world. And then it's like, well, let's make a promise. You know, you don't go back to your old ways, and I'll pretend to listen. I'll make sure that I listen more. Or here's a better idea. How about you just fucking listen? Like, Jesus Christ, kid.
I need to know you'll be okay without me.
Trust me, he'll be okay without you.
Atreus. I am sorry.
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
I hate that so much.
Let's go home.
Don't be sorry, just be better. Shut the fuck up, kid. You're the reason things got worse. Literally everything got worse because of you.
Nothing is written that can't be unwritten. Remember? We shouldn't let prophecy define our choices.
Then we will make our own destiny.
You know what else I remember? I remember that the last time you told dear old dad to go fuck himself, he should have shattered your goddamn orbital bone.
Did you want to take care of anything before going back to Sindri's?
No. First, we retrieve Mimir. Then you can tell us what you learned in Asgard. After that, we shall see.
You really do think of him as a brother. What about Freya? Seems like she moved in while I was away.
Once she turned her hatred back to Odin, she recognized our interests were aligned.
Huh. I tried convincing her of that, but...
When was that?
Oh. Before I started telling you where I was that night.
I see.
Hey, she didn't kill me.
I said nothing.
You're back. How did it go?
The beast should trouble us no further.
Well, that's a bloody relief. So you put down old Garm, did you?
Yeah. Sort of.
Atreus, your decision to go to Asgard after all he's put us through. I'll never understand it. But I hope you at least came back with something we can use.
I hope so too. Come on, let me show you what Odin's up to. Here's what he cares about most. More than Ragnarok or anything. Is this mask. Anyone recognize it?
That thing? Ugh, it's a dead end. He's been faffing around with that since before I knew him. To be honest, I thought the Giants were just having a laugh with that one.
Okay, fine. No.
You're wrong, Mimir. This mask is no fraud. The Giants didn't make it, and only a few of them ever glimpsed it in their visions. They never knew its origin, but some believed it was a way to gaze into the secrets of creation itself.
Is it an oracle?
Much, much more. Imagine becoming one with a source of infinite knowledge. This is why Odin tortured me.
So what do you think? Know it?
No. It's one obsession he never saw fit to share with me. But I'll tell you this. Even when Odin speaks the truth, his purpose is false. Either way, it's a mistake to let it distract us. Is Heimdall our focus or not?
We will rewrite our fate another way.
Then I'm going back to Vanaheim. If we're not taking the fight to Odin, I should help my brother stand against him.
We will join her when we can.
Okay.
Father, I'm gonna study my notes on the mask. See if I can think of a plan. But if you want to go anywhere, I'm with you. And listen, everyone. I'm really sorry about the way I left. You know I've never hurt any of you on purpose.
Well,
When you can turn into a bear by accident, I suppose these things can happen.
So, do you forgive me?
No.
Of course, Atreus. We know you meant no harm, lad.
Sindri?
I'm sure I will. Eventually.
Okay. Guess I'll take it.
Okay.
While we're
Oh,
clearing
God
the
damn it.
air, I hope that I can be forgiven for not doing more when the Hellwalkers attacked. Whatever reservations I have about violence, they shouldn't apply when your home is under attack. And certainly not by undead abominations. Yet I reached for a shield instead of a sword. You were right to chide me for that, old friend. The next time the moment calls me, I'll be ready.
Well said, Tyr. I believe you just might.
Great. Now, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll keep going. So just give me a minute. I'm going to pee, and then we'll be back, and we'll keep doing this. Okay, I is back. Oh, also, Alpa. And anybody else, you guys might laugh at this. So, I had some hamburg that I needed to basically get rid of, right? Like, it needed to be cooked, and it needed to be cooked tonight, because if it wasn't, it was probably just going to go bad, right? I said, okay, what can I do? So I looked up a recipe. There was a recipe for like an Asian like noodle dish. It's supposed to be like a Korean barbecue, but like a cross between like Korean barbecue and like a spaghetti bolognese kind of thing. I went, okay, and I had all the ingredients. so I cooked it. But it calls for crushed red pepper. And I love spicy stuff, right? I absolutely love spicy stuff. Unfortunately, the spicy, like the crushed red pepper in some areas got clumped up. So it was like I'd take like the first 4 or 5 bites and everything would be fine. It'd have a little bit of, you know, a zing to it, no big deal. And then I'd take one more bite and just literally get like a mouthful of crushed red pepper. And I was like, oh, fuck. And then I'd, you know, take another like 4 or 5 bites or whatever, and everything would be fine. And then I'd take another one, and oh, sweet Jesus. It was that kind of thing. So it was good. The flavor was awesome. I just wish that things didn't clump up as much as they did. But it is what it is. But yeah. So my sinuses were definitely cleared tonight. That's for sure. That is definitely for sure. All right. Let's get back to this.
Dug up some new blueprints for you.
You are well.
Take more than a port full of bone-chawing stiffs to keep me down. What am I gonna do? Walk around with a bandage on my head, begging for attention?
I was mauled by a bear.
Nudged, more like it.
Nice. Okay. What do we got? That's upgradable.
Brother, before we check on Freya, is there any unfinished business in other realms you wanted to take care of?
Not really.
I'm sure the lad would love to help.
Axe hits restore health, but incoming damage is increased. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Okay. What is this? That's up just everything across the board. So that's what I'm going to go with. Nice. Safely advancing, huh? Sure, why not?
I'll put some hurt on them.
Okay. The vitality just takes such a crap. This is upgradable, though. I do like that.
Damn! Am I good or what?
Okay, souls. Not enough resources. Shit. Nothing. Nice. Okay. Status afflicted. Cool down. My luck's kind of junk, if I'm being honest. I mean, that makes sense. Okay. Damn it.
Hey, wait. We're with you.
Assassin's Creed Shadows is getting a battle pass. I'm gonna be honest, I really feel like... Assassin's Creed Shadows is really gonna shit itself. I really do feel like Assassin's Creed Shadows is gonna be a dumpster fire. Like, there was an interview that was done not too long ago, and it was with, I guess, the director of the game, and it's entirely possible that maybe it was a translation thing, because he was talking in English, but he's obviously French. And he said that it's a whole new team that is working on Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they're still trying to get used to how everything works for such a big game, and that all the devs thought that the game was shit. And he said this during an interview.
We travel to Vanaheim.
Great. You gonna check in on Freya?
Yes.
Glad I get to come this time.
And it's like,
So what happened
ouch.
the last time you were in Vanaheim? I still don't know how you got Freya to stop trying to kill you.
We traveled to her village to break Odin's spell. Once freed, she accepted that I was not her enemy.
You also missed a highly entertaining moment where Brock was lifted arse over face in Freyr's camp.
You met Freyr? What's he like?
Different from his sister. Lacks her conviction.
True, but he's a bit quicker to forgive.
And an ineffective leader.
But his heart's in the right place. You'll like him, lad.
Wow. It's beautiful. And, wet.
It is also dangerous.
More dangerous than hell? Hey, is that soundstone on that log? I could get us past it.
God damn it.
There we go.
Freya's camp is to the right.
No rush, is there? Not every day the lad gets to see a new realm.
No, and nor should he.
To Freyr's camp, then?
Yes.
Time to see how the Vanir have fared in our absence.
I hope Freya's okay.
She can care for herself.
It's been like
We're still
20
checking
minutes.
on her, though?
Her brother's forces are outnumbered, and there is much I owe her.
Sure, hope Freya's okay. It's been 20 fucking minutes. Kid, like, shut up.
Reminds me of a Vanaheim song I heard long ago.
No one here. Where is everyone?
Stay alert.
I don't like this, brother.
Kratos, Atreus, a welcome reunion. Unexpected, but welcome.
You know us?
Can't be. Is that who I think? Oh, you shifty bastard. It's almost good to see you again. And for once in the shape of a man, or nearly.
So that's how they got your head out of your ass. Maybe now you'll stop being such a half-blind, piss-drunk, oversexed liar. He was more of a pig than I ever was.
I do not know you.
Do you not recognize your handiwork?
Hildisvini! Remember when we first met Freya in the woods? After I... Oh. I am so sorry about that.
Freya's boar.
Her advisor. And friend. Counselor to the Vanir. And yes, while exiled at Midgard, I was trapped in my boar form. And then you shot me.
At my command.
No. My arrow, my mistake.
Forgotten. Vanaheim needs our help more than ever. Even Mimir's. Come. Just watch where you aim that bow of yours. My hide's not so thick in this form. We can head out whenever you're ready.
Where are we going?
I have a favor to ask. I'll explain on the way.
Where's Freya?
Sophia, how you doing?
Brother.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
They've been captured by the Einherjar.
How'd that happen?
An ambush. The presence has intensified since your last visit. To make matters worse, the Celestial Wolves haven't been seen in days. Or at least I assume. Not easy, tracking time with no moon in the sky.
No.
It's fine. Oh, good. I'm doing okay. Dinner was interesting. Dinner was interesting tonight. I was actually just telling Alpa about it. Maybe like 20 minutes ago, something like that. I had a bunch of Hamburg that I had used because I made burgers like 2-3 nights ago. So I had a bunch of Hamburg that was sitting in the fridge that still needed to be made, right? So initially I went, oh, well, I can make like a Korean beef bowl. And then I went, yeah, but I don't know. I've had rice a lot lately. I don't necessarily know if I want to do a beef bowl. So I looked up a recipe, and it was like, they call it like an Asian noodle dish. And it's like a, what's the best way to describe it? Think of spaghetti bolognese, but it's Korean barbecue in terms of like the flavoring, right? So I had all the ingredients, and I was like, okay, this is fine, no big deal. And it called for crushed red pepper, which I have. Well, when I mixed the noodles and the beef plus the onions and all the sauce and everything in together, unfortunately, the crushed red pepper like clumped together on like some of the meat. So to be like, the flavor would be awesome, and it would have like just a tiny bit of zing, And I'd go through like 4 or 5 bites and everything would be fine. And then I'd take like one more bite and then all of a sudden I've just like not only bitten into, but my mouth is full of crushed red pepper. It was one of those things where it's like, you know how like when you're trying to mix a bunch of pasta and like a bunch of other things like in together, how like everything, as much as you try and mix it, it settles down into the bottom of the pot and then it kind of like clumps together. That's what I'm pretty sure happened. 'Cause yeah, it was good. The flavor was awesome, but it wasn't supposed to be nearly that spicy. And I love spicy stuff, but all I wanted was like, oh yeah, you know, it's Korean barbecue, so it's got like a little bit of a kick to it. Nothing bad, just a little zing. And then it was like every like 5 or 6 bites, I'd just have a mouthful of crushed red pepper, and I was like, fuck. So yeah, dinner was interesting. It was still really good, but dinner was interesting. Sure. I'm not entirely sure how to combat that, though. Not entirely sure. But, other than that, we've been playing Data Boy. We watched Get Fresh Red Pepper. Oh, God. What else did... Oh, yeah, we watched like a half-hour video earlier that kind of brought everybody to speed. Everybody up to speed on the S.T.A.L.K.E.R franchise of games to get ready for whenever I end up doing S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2, which should be a lot of fun. So that's really cool, because I played the S.T.A.L.K.E.R games, but I played them a while ago. So, you know. And there was stuff that I completely forgot, too. But, yeah, I'm definitely excited to play S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 when I can. That's going to be a really fun game. That's going to be a really, really, really fun game. And the really cool thing... And I know Medicine has said it. It sounds terrible. What sounds terrible? S.T.A.L.K.E.R? Well, okay. So, S.T.A.L.K.E.R is an acronym. It doesn't actually mean stalker as in, like, what we think of a stalker, right? It's like all these different kinds of people that normally end up in this area. And essentially what it is, and it's actually really, really cool, is it takes actual history and then it creates a world off of something that happened in history. So what it does is it takes the disaster of the Chernobyl incident, and it also takes a group of people who call themselves stalkers, IRL, and they're usually like, they could be criminals, they could be killers, they could be robbers, they could be like a bunch of things, but basically like it's a group of people who don't feel like they really belong anywhere, and for one reason or another, they just kind of gravitate towards going over that border, right, into the Chernobyl exclusion zone. This is a thing that actually does happen IRL. And then a video game was made off of this group of people going into the Chernobyl exclusion zone. But then they made their own world off of it. So, for instance, there's like a bunch of like mystical things that happen, and the zone keeps getting bigger and nobody can really explain why it keeps getting bigger, and supernatural things happen in the zone and like all this other stuff. So through basically the first 3 games, it's the player as these different characters trying to figure out how it started, trying to figure out what the hell's going on with all these different factions and everything that are fighting within the zone to gain control of it, and then trying to basically like direct what happens in the zone one way or another out of like 4 or 5 different choices that you typically have for endings. And then Stalker 2 is a sequel to the first 3 games. So you don't play any of the characters that you played in the first 3 games, and this, I guess, takes place modern day versus, I think, the first one, which took place in like the 90s, something like that. This takes place in modern day. So it's a brand new character, brand new story, and all that good stuff. So it's really, really, really interesting. Really interesting stuff. Really cool stuff, too.
It's a long story.
So,
You
yeah.
want us to check on them?
You have my gratitude. We're spread thin. And if anyone can help Skoll and Hati, he'd be a fellow giant.
Very well.
Freya mentioned you had a way past this. You don't disappoint. Continue down this path and you'll find their den. Good luck. And don't shoot any boars.
You think he's really forgiven me for shooting him?
Trust me, lad. If the old swine still carried a grudge, you'd know it.
What happened between you two?
Ow.
The usual. Miscommunication, conflicting loyalties, broken promises. Nothing to concern yourself with.
I'm not concerned. Just curious.
Curiosity's all well and good. But so is privacy, eh?
Okay, okay. Point taken.
Damn it. Okay, so I don't go that way. Oh. But yeah, one of the things that made the original Stalker game so special, and you'll actually laugh at this, is they fucked up with the enemy AI and with the difficulty settings. So when you play the original game, you have to play the original game on the hardest difficulty. Not because it's like a macho thing where it's like, yo, if you don't fucking play on the hardest difficulty, you're a pussy or anything like that. It's quite literally because if you play on the easiest setting, you're actually playing on the hardest setting. Because what ends up happening is even though you have a lot more health, so do all the bad guys. So they just turn into bullet sponges, and in a game where conserving ammunition and conserving resources and using everything very smartly is highly encouraged, because you don't want to, like, you really don't want to have the need for ammo and you pull the trigger and you just hear a click when there's like 15 guys shooting at you. It's not a good idea to just have bullet sponges for enemies. But if you play it on the hardest difficulty, yes, one shot can kill you, but it can also kill them. And that wasn't done by design, it was done on accident. So the only way to actually play the original game is to play it on the hardest difficulty that's available. Otherwise, you're just setting yourself up for failure before you even start the game. Somebody got fired. Honestly, it's really, really funny because there's another game that's similar to Stalker because it takes place in the same area, and it's called Metro. But Metro is based off of I want to say it's either a Russian or a Ukrainian book series. Now, I don't know if the guys who made Metro were the ones who were in charge of the AI or whatever, but the team that originally made Stalker made it, and it did okay, but it got outshined by like a bunch of other games that had come out around the same time. But it did well enough to make sequels. And then I think it was either between the second or the third game, or the first and the second, I can't remember, but in between two games, there was a part of the development team that decided they were going to part ways with the rest of the team and start making the Metro series. So you have the Stalker series, and then you also have the Metro series. Two completely different stories, same area, and basically same development team that are making both, but they're called two different companies. So it's really, really, really weird. And from what I understand, the people who made the original Stalker that didn't break off from them initially are all still there. So it's the same exact team. And it's literally all made in the Ukraine. And one of the biggest reasons why Stalker 2 is a game that, like, everybody wants to get their hands on is because it's also kind of a... It's kind of one hell of a story, because they made this game... they've been making this game for the last 1,000 days. Literally in the middle of a war. Now, they were developing it and everything like that beforehand, but yeah, I mean, all their work is in the Ukraine. So literally, while the country's been at war and Russia's been launching drones and missile strikes and everything else, these guys have quite literally been making the game. And it supports Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the hydrate, Alpa. So it's definitely a very, very, very special game. For sure.
Look out!
Ow!
Maybe an arrow? There! That did it!
Damn it.
Help them!
Behind
That wisp is doubling up!
Ow.
Behind you!
Jesus, lady. Ow. Damn it.
Left side, incoming!
Yeah, they've literally been coding underneath bombs. How insane is that?
Anaheim looks and feels so different from the other realms. It's warm, like Svartalfheim, but there's a kind of thickness in the air.
Egros.
What?
Egros. Greek. For humid.
Egros. I like it. Find the Nokin! It's making these things stronger!
Find the who, what?
Behind you! Incoming!
Yeah! Stay quiet!
Oh, God. Jesus. There we go. Much better. Yeah, no, it's definitely a special game. That's for sure. And I can't wait to try it out.
You know, lad, this excursion into Vanaheim means you've now visited each of the 9 realms.
Huh. Guess you're right.
Not many mortals can claim such a feat. Not many gods either. Even your father has yet to grace the halls of Asgard.
I'm in no hurry to do so.
Odysvini said both Frey and Big Veer were captured. Big Veer's the White Elf who wanted to learn more about that library in Alfheim, right?
Correct. An exiled scholar married to a warrior, Bela.
Why was he exiled?
You'll have to ask him for the full tale. But I take it that he and Bela's quest to unite their people was frowned upon.
Wait, Bela's a Dark Elf?
Yes.
Wow. Well, that raises even more questions. Hope he's okay.
Nice. Oops, wrong button. Really? There we go.
The Nokin's making these things stronger!
Watch out!
There we go. Can I just go get the treasure chest now, please? I hear a big squishy thing. I don't like that. Alright. Let's go kill the big squishy thing. Ah, yes. Nice.
Amir, you once told us Ragnarok begins when Skull and Hati catch the sun and moon, right?
I said it was foretold, lad. Prophecy. Which after our time with the Norns, we've all had quite enough of.
But Odin still believes. That's gotta be why the Einherjar stole the moon. He's still trying to avoid Ragnarok.
Or he prepares for it.
Yeah.
Fights a...
Or that, I guess.
No, I can't get... Wait. Nice. Oh, I have to... I don't even know where the other two are. Damn it. Okay, squishy thing... Dead.
I can sense them up there. It's gotta be their den.
Excited to meet Skull and Hati, lad?
I mean, I've heard all your stories. It's gonna be weird meeting them in person.
Legend meeting reality. At the very least, it shouldn't fail to entertain.
God, that's pretty.
Hello? I think they're sleeping.
Well,
Well-
there you have it. The legendary celestial wolves.
Aw.
Supremely entertaining, as promised.
Remember their shrine? They didn't rejoin the sky until after the moon returned.
And then chased an arrow across the sky.
Right. Well, best we go find the moon and put it back where it belongs, eh? As if that's a perfectly normal thing to say.
Sleepy doggos. And they're not trying to kill me, which is really nice.
The Einherjar played a part according to Skull and Hati's shrine.
Managed to stuff the moon inside a box, if memory serves.
But it didn't say where they took the box.
Aye, that's the rub of using prophecy as a map, isn't it? Bit sparse on the details.
There's a war camp in the nearby village. A strong fortress to guard their bounty. We will try there first.
Besides Hildisvini and the elves, who else is part of Freyr's army?
Not much army, really. Although Birger was a soldier.
Ass.
Once walking the path of a traveler. I imagine he's handy with that enormous broken sword of his.
A traveler that doesn't want to kill us. That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty awesome, actually. Okay. Do this here.
Welcome.
Good. Over here. Good.
Ain't it go ahead?
I'm ready.
Yeah, well... Eat all the dicks! Ow. Oh,
Careful, brother. You're covered in bygones.
Whoa! That looks like it hurt!
Do not worry about me.
Right, that sucked. Ah, balls. Oh, that can't be good. I don't like this.
Here she is again. Guess they know we're coming. I can't believe no one's here.
They hide.
The Vanir aren't all hardened warriors like our dear Freya. Those who survive the warfare find it easier to hide in the jungle and use nature as their shield.
I mean, that's fair. Okay.
This wall. When I bring it down, we strike.
Yep.
Empty.
Where'd they all go?
Don't like this.
Wait, there's the moon. Box? Down there. That's gotta be it.
Yeah, that looks like that could be in the moon box. I don't know. What's going on, True? How you doing, buddy?
Yes.
Use your shield strike, brother.
Got bifrosted! Bifrosted a
Bifrost behind you.
Ow. Ow. Damn it.
Behind you! Watch out! Behind you! Look out!
Damn. Oh, that sucks. And I knew it was coming too, but there was nothing I could really do about it.
Wait, there's the moon. Box? Down there. That's gotta be it.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Watch your right!
What good's a shield if you're not gonna use it?
Ow.
Behind you!
Incoming! Incoming Bifrost! Merda!
Sweet Jesus.
Behind you! Incoming!
Damn.
Come on, Kratos, off your back!
Hang on. Let me... There's something that's driving me insane. Here. I want this one. There we go. That's gonna help a lot.
Wait, there's the moon.
Yes,
Box?
it's a moon box. Yep, you got it. Got it in one, shit dick.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Not the right one. Is it? No, I wanted this one. Didn't I? I want this one.
Incoming Bifrost!
Behind you! Incoming!
Ah, balls. Get fucked.
On your left.
Ow.
On your right.
Behind you! Incoming!
Jesus.
Watch your left!
One left.
Yeah, where's that one? Oh, there she is. Fuck. Nice.
Here's hoping that puts a dent in Odin's forces, at least for the time being.
I don't think Asgard's running out of soldiers anytime soon.
Christ. Alright, well that was fun. Let's never do it again. So, how does one get... Oh, okay. Yeah, but this bridge is toast. So what have you been up to, True? So I gotta go... Now see, that doesn't do me any good. But there's gotta be a way. We did. We talked about Stalker for a little bit, Pixie. How you
Put
doing?
the moon back where it belongs? Okay, yeah. That is a weird thing to say.
Hey, hurry! She's getting away.
Ah, balls.
Come on.
Doing fine, nice.
Bifrost, right side.
Ow.
Got some Bifrost on you. Be careful. She's gone again. Hurry, we gotta get across.
Yeah, sure, kid. Just let me pull this out of my ass real quick.
There!
Where? Oh.
He's going up the waterfall!
Idiot.
He's still up there. Another ambush? Really?
Third time's the charm.
They are not smart.
Aye, and of that.
You know, what we're doing right now, all of this, it's almost exactly how we saw it play out back in Skull and Hati's shrine. The wolves are back in Vanaheim. We're rescuing the moon.
Yes. I remember the prophecy.
So, doesn't it make you worried? If everything we're doing now happened in the Yonar shrine?
Remember our agreement. Prophecy will not dictate our actions.
Yeah.
Our allies need...
What is that?
A wyvern! Nasty beast!
Ah,
Careful, lad.
fuck beans.
Hurry, it's attack!
Oh! Ow. Ow.
It's trying to grab you!
No, it successfully grabbed me. Ow.
Get up, brother!
Yeah, we did a recap at the start of the stream, Pixel Pixie, with a video on the first 3 Stalker games. Took Luna to an airsoft gallery today. She liked it a lot. Good. Good. Glad to hear it.
Whoa, what is that?
A
Bad.
wyvern! Nasty beast! Careful, lad! Right side, brother!
Trying to grab you!
Dentist in the morning? Alrighty. Sophia, I hope the appointment goes well. Have yourself a good night.
Behind you, father!
Alka! Behind you!
Ow, 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 ow.
Find it! It's coming!
Damn it. Do you get a treat if you have no cavities? Oh my god. I remember that. I remember that. Oh god. I remember when I was a kid. This was the funniest thing, and I never understood it. I never understood it, right? But again, this is like the early 90s, so take it for what it is. When I used to go to the dentist, right, and I was little, if I didn't have any cavities, they would give me a lollipop. Literally the one thing designed to destroy teeth, they give you. How does that work?
Whoa, what is that?
A wyvern! Nasty beast! Careful, lad!
Ooh, get him.
Right side!
Nice. All you gotta do, just go in balls first. That's how it be.
It's cold. Is this? It's from Helheim. Heimdall must have grabbed this while I freed Garm. I was there, but I didn't know.
And now you fight to undo the damage. Your guilt is misplaced.
Yeah. No, you're right.
We can return to the den through here. They will pursue. Keep your guard up.
Father, how are you so sure we even have a choice about what we're doing?
Doubt is a weakness we cannot afford.
Who said anything about doubt? So far, we've done everything the Giants said we would.
We make our own choices. Nothing forces us.
Left leg!
Ooh, spear works really well on these guys.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost.
Nice. Yeah, I like the spear for these guys. Holy crap. I like this game.
But what if, by doing all this, what if we're walking straight into Ragnarok? Isn't there any way to avoid fate? Your fate? What if we can't stop you from...
Would you turn your back on the wolves? On this realm? Remember our agreement.
Yeah.
The lad does make some good points, though.
As long as Atreus lives, so be it.
Okay, sleepy doggos. Everything's fine. Utterly fucking sick. OG games not releasing at midnight. My time, like, get a huh? What? OG
nothing.
games? Of games not releasing at midnight. My time, like, get a grip. What are you talking about? Stalker? Is that what you mean? Aw.
Just like inside their shrine.
Every major game now releases at like 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. and it's stupid. No, it's not that they're doing it at 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. They're doing it specifically on their time zone for a certain time, and then everybody else releases at the same time, but they're in different time zones. So, like, for instance, I believe my time zone, it's 10 a.m. this morning that S.T.A.L.K.E.R actually releases, but I'm also, like, I think like 8 or 9 hours behind when it's gonna actually I think I'm probably more like 10 hours somewhere around there behind the Ukraine, something like that. Because that way everybody gets to play at the same time.
If I do this...
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
Elsa!
Good choice, lad.
No matter what, they get to play at the same time? No, they don't. Not at all. Not even remotely close. Because if it's a midnight release here, no, they don't. Because if it's a midnight release here, and if it, let's say it's a midnight release on the East Coast, right? And then they go, but it's also a midnight release CST. That means that I'd have to wait an extra hour before I can play it. Instead of them just doing, oh, it's a midnight release. Right? If they do a midnight release and you're living on the West Coast, that means that somebody on the East Coast has literally been playing for 3 hours. That's how it used to work. Now they do it, okay, we're going to release it at a certain time, our time, local, but we're going to release it at the same time literally everywhere else. So whatever it happens to be, it just is. That's how it used to work, though, with midnight release. When World of Warcraft came out, when StarCraft 1 Brood War came out, when all the other Warcrafts came out, when literally, like, yeah, that's how it used to work. It used to be, here's a midnight release, and somebody would go to GameStop or EB Games or wherever, and they'd get it, and you on the West Coast would still have to wait 3 hours. If it released 12 for you, it'd be 9? No, that's not how it used to work. If they were doing midnight releases, then what would happen is you would still have to wait for midnight your time. That's how they used to do it for midnight releases. Because if it was midnight for me, it'd only be like 9 p.m. So literally you'd have to sit there and wait 3 more hours. Yeah, it'd be midnight local time everywhere, right? So somebody in Hawaii would have to literally wait 10 hours or whatever to catch up with you. That's how it used to be. That's exactly how it used to be. And I know this because not only did I go to midnight releases, but I also used to sell games at CompUSA for midnight releases. And we'd have people that would call and they'd be like, hey, so if I come in, like, I live in CST, so, like, if I drive over to an EST place, and can I still get it at midnight? Yeah, you can. It releases at midnight. I used to have that all the time. We used to get a lot of people that did that. Because they didn't want to have to wait an hour. That's not how it used to be. I'm telling you, that's not how it used to be. They literally only started doing this. They literally only started doing this within the last, like, maybe 5 or 6 years. And the reason why this is happening currently is because a midnight release means that it's 10 plus hours, if not more, over in the Ukraine. Which means that if it releases at midnight for you, then it releases at, say, like 10 or 11 a.m. for people in the Ukraine. That's the problem. So if they release it at a specific time of their choosing in the Ukraine or in that specific time zone that is local to them, then everything is the same. That's how it works now. That's exactly how it works now. That's not how it used to work. That's only been going on for like maybe the last 5 or 6 years. Before, it was midnight release at GameStop, or midnight release at EB Games, or midnight release at Babbage's, or midnight release at KB Toys, or midnight release at Toys R Us, but it was all according to local time. So somebody on the West Coast, if I'm living on the East Coast, would still have to wait 3 hours to be able to even pick the damn thing up. That's how it used to work. Yeah, that's how it used to work. That's how it always was for a long while. And then you had Steam. Steam came out and changed a lot of the rules, and everybody just went, well, I mean, you know, if it's an American game and it releases at it releases at midnight on the East Coast, then it'll release at 9 p.m. on the West Coast. Or if it's based out on the West Coast in California, that means that if it releases at 9, it won't release until midnight on the East Coast, right? Or if we release it at 7, then it'll release at 10. That's how it works, thanks to Steam and everybody else. But again, you got to remember, this is not a U.S. company. But now that it's changed, it should be midnight for me if they're so picky about it being released on the same day for everyone. No, because they're releasing it at the same time for everyone. So everybody gets to start literally at the same time day one. That's what they're doing, right? So, again, if it's, say, 7 or 8 p.m. in the Ukraine, then rewind about 10 hours, maybe 12, somewhere around there, or even, hell, I think in your case, probably somewhere around like maybe 14, right? And then that's the time that it's going to release for you, but it's because of time zones. So even though you're picking it up and it's like 8 a.m. in the morning, Ukraine's doing it at like 10, 8 or 9 p.m. at night. But everybody literally around the world is able to start playing at the same time. If it is the same time, there will be some places where the day has got to be different. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely it will. Been waiting on games for ages and still play at the same time as my buddies on East Coast, where it released at 12 a.m. for them and 9 p.m. for me. Yeah, we've been over this. That's the point. That's exactly the point. If it releases nowadays, if it releases on the East Coast at midnight, it is 9 p.m. for you, which means that both you and your buddies get to play at the same time. If you go through the different time zones and you end up in the Ukraine, you could be anywhere between, say, 11 to maybe 12 or 14 hours behind them. So if they decide we want to release it at a certain time, specifically our time, you still get to play it at the same time they do. But it is quite literally only because of time zones. No, Stalker 2 is not out yet. Stalker 2 for Central Time doesn't release until I think like 10 a.m. today. Central Time, I'm pretty sure it's like 10 a.m. today, because I think the map said New York was 11 a.m. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it said New York 11 a.m. Yeah, East Coast, which means Central Time, it's going to be 10 a.m. Right? So if you're 2 hours behind, then that means it's going to be 8 a.m. Pacific Time. That's how it works. But they do that specifically so everybody gets to start day one. Versus what used to happen when they did the shit where it was, okay, you have to wait 3 hours, shit literally getting released before it was supposed to be released, and it's a lot more work, and it's a lot more of a headache. But they used to do it that way specifically because the internet was not what it is now. Right? It's not like you can just go onto Steam and buy it like you can now. Steam didn't exist when that shit used to happen. And that shit used to happen for a long time. So the only thing that they could do was go, okay, this is the easiest way to do it. East Coast releases midnight. Central Time releases midnight. Mountain Time releases midnight. Pacific Time releases midnight. So even though somebody, your buddy has been playing for 3 hours, you still have to, you're just getting it. That's how it used to work. Steam did exist, but it was not the norm. Well, Steam did exist a while ago, yes. But what I'm talking about, this predates even Steam. But Steam was there for the end of it, yes. Thank you for the hydrate medicine. To release time. Here we go. The exact time you can play. Yeah, so Kiev, they're launching it in Kiev, which is in the Ukraine, at 6 p.m. their time. At the same time, it's 6 p.m. their time, it is 11 a.m. in New York City. Which means that it will be 10 a.m. for me and 8 a.m. for you. So everybody is playing, everybody gets to play, and it launches at the same exact moment everywhere in the world. That's why they do that. OG Stalker is $5 on GOG, yeah. Is there a preload? No, there's no preload. They specifically said that there would not be a preload. Yeah. But the reason why they said that there would not be a preload is because this game does not have DRM in it. So if somebody preloads it, they could immediately turn around and pirate it. But they don't want to do DRM because DRM typically adversely affects games. But why would they do that, True? Well, again, they're doing it based on their local time. They're not doing it to sit there and go, somebody in the Pacific Northwest is going to have to make sure that they can start playing it at 8 a.m. They're going, easiest way to make sure everybody plays at the same time is pick a time that we want to do it and then allow everybody at that exact moment all around the world to just go, now you can play. That's it. That's all they're doing. They want to make sure that everybody's out of work so that they can go rush home and they can, load it up on Steam, or they can rush to their nearest game shop and they can pick it up. That's all it is. Because 12 a.m. would be the 20th. Why wait 8 hours into the 20th? Just release it when it hits the 20th like normal? Because that's not how it works anymore. That's just not how it works. That's not how it's ever worked in the last, 5 or 6 years. That way people don't have a head start on things, and people don't download it and people don't preload it, quote unquote, preload, right? Like, that's why they do it that way. So everybody gets to start at the same time. But they want to make sure that everybody who wants to go and get it and everybody who wants to buy it day one can do so. So they decide, okay, we'll put it at 6 p.m., which is after everybody gets out of work in Kiev. Okay. So what's the issue? They don't care about people getting out of work in New York. They don't care about people getting out of work in California. I mean, shit, you think 8 a.m. is bad? Look at this. Tokyo has to wait until fucking 1 a.m. Ouch. And not only do they have to wait till 1 a.m., they have to wait till 1 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, true. That's the point. That's exactly the point. Nobody's getting a head start. That's why they're doing it this way. If it releases at midnight in Kiev, then that means that they have a 2-hour head start over London. And if it releases at midnight in London, that also means that you have that if you live in London, you have a 5-hour head start ahead of everybody in New York. If it's a midnight release in New York. If it's midnight everywhere, then everybody that is ahead in time zone gets an advantage and gets a head start. They don't want to do that. I'm using it as an example, dude. You're arguing the same thing, but it's not making any sense, because the problem becomes the only reason that you don't want it to happen that way is because you don't want to wait till 8 a.m. That's it. That's all it is. We can literally sit here and just keep going around in circles the entire time, but literally the only thing that it is you don't want to wait till 8 a.m. That's literally all that it is. Because if Kiev sat there and they went, well, let's do it at 6 p.m. in New York, then that means that they literally have to wait 7 more fucking hours before it even releases for them. Right? Because they have to wait till it hits 6 p.m. in New York, which means that if they have to wait 7 hours, it's already tomorrow for them. You want it to release 12 a.m. PST. Right. Which means that if it's 12 a.m. PST, that means that they have to sit there and they have to adjust their timetable to cater to you. They're not catering to you. It's a Ukrainian company. It is made literally for the last 2 years. It is made literally in a war zone. They don't care about when you want it. They want to release it at 6 p.m. their time. It's not an American company. It's not an American game. So why would they give a shit about what people in California want? Why would they give a shit about what people in Florida want? Why would they give a shit about what people in Texas or Montana want? They are releasing it when they want to release it, and they want to make sure that everybody gets to play it around the world at the same time. It is being catered specifically to them because it is a Ukrainian company, so that when everybody gets out of work, they can go and pick it up at their local game shop, or they can go and they can start downloading it on Steam. That's what they want to do. Because if they release it at midnight PST, then that means that literally they have to sit there and wait literally, what is it? 10 more hours. So now instead of 8 a.m. your time, it's midnight, great, but now everybody has to get up at 6 a.m. in Kiev to literally go out and try and buy the damn thing or download it before they go to work. That doesn't make any sense. It's literally the exact same time. That's why they're doing it. Trust me, I'd love to be able to sit there and go, hey, look, it's midnight, let's do it. But I look at this and I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Absolutely. That totally makes sense. I mean, shit. Cyberpunk did it. And there have been a bunch of games over the years, a bunch of big games over the last few years that have done exactly this. Trust me, I'd love to pop in Stalker 2 right now, but, I mean, obviously I got stupid idiot of dad that I have to finish. I don't mean the game is stupid. I mean, literally fucking Atreus is stupid. But even if I didn't have that to finish, I mean, yeah, I'd just be like, okay, well, I'll play it tomorrow. Not a big deal. Prague, of all cities in Europe? Well, honestly, from what I understand, Prague, believe it or not, is actually a pretty big hub, Pixel Pixie. It's actually like a really big hub in Europe. Yeah, it's a really, really big hub in Europe. Kiev used to be the same kind of thing as Prague was until obviously the war and everything broke out for them. But yeah, Prague's been doing a lot. Prague's been definitely doing a lot lately. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised in the slightest. Not that I'm going to play the damn thing, especially now that I know that there's going to be a battle pass. But I guarantee the chances are one of two things are going to happen when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Either A, they're going to release it probably somewhere around 6 or 7 p.m. PST, or they're going to release it 6 or 7 p.m. their time. Because those are really the only two options, right? That's really it. Now, honestly, I kind of feel like they're going to be doing it their time locally, because that's just how most companies are doing their shit nowadays. But yeah, they're also galactically stupid anyway, so who cares? That's all it is. I'd have to look up the release time. There was another one that I saw not too long ago that did the same exact thing as these guys are doing. You really tracking Assassin's Creed release time? No, I'm just telling you what the pattern is most likely going to be. Only because that's how Ubisoft typically works. Either A, Ubisoft releases something their time because they're French, or they release PST because in the past that's what they used to do. I don't know if they do shit like that nowadays. So it's gonna be one or the other. But knowing Ubisoft, because they don't really give much of a shit anyway, they're just gonna release it their time. Not that anybody's probably really gonna pick it up because they keep shooting themselves in the foot with it. Especially now that they've come out and said that it has a battle pass. Yeah, SH2 Remake was EST. That's because that's where they decided to release it. That's exactly where they decided to release it. And if it released at midnight EST, then that means that it releases at the exact same moment that it releases for you, but because of time zones, it just so happens to work out that it's 9 p.m. Versus how it used to be before they did stuff like this, and it was midnight release every time zone. Which would mean that if it's a midnight release in New York, you would have to wait 3 hours before you got your hands on it. And that's just a massive clusterfuck. And that's one of the big reasons why they stopped doing it. Because it's just easier to sit there and go, okay, we'll pick a place where we want to do it local for midnight or 6 p.m. or whatever, release it there, and then everybody else has to fend for themselves. And it'll all be released at the same time. You're missing the point. You're still missing the point. The point is that a lot of people choose to do it specifically in the US. That's fine. But there have been instances where it does not happen specifically for a midnight release somewhere in the US. Right? There have been instances. Whether you like it or not makes no difference. Zero. None. That's how they decided to do it. And and the guys for S.T.A.L.K.E.R decided we're going to do it at 6 p.m. our time. And we will allow everybody around the world at the same exact moment to start playing it, or to start at least downloading it. Now, does it suck that it's at 8 a.m.? Yes. And I completely get that. But if that's the way they want to roll with it, that's the way they want to roll with it. Nothing we can do about it. That's just how it works. That's how they want to go with it. Then there you go. They don't owe you anything. Right? They don't owe you a midnight release. They owe themselves a release that they're happy with, and that's all they're doing. And that's fine. It is what it is. There have been plenty of games that have done this. Plenty of them. Because before you had maps like this, it used to be that you could just go on Steam and it'd be like, okay, well, it unlocks like X amount of hours from now, which I'm pretty sure you can still do, right? Like, if you show up within a day, it'll say this game unlocks in X hours, right? That's fine. And it'll still do exactly that. It'll absolutely still do exactly that. They just have it so that literally everybody can do it when they get out of work in Kiev. Or in literally almost all of the Ukraine. Yeah, but that's not how you came into it. You literally came in, you're like, I'm sick of people doing this. It's like, bro, it's one or the other. Like, this isn't anything new. It's not like this is something that, like, is earth-shattering that literally one company today decided that they were gonna do just for this game. Honestly, I don't know why. Like, seriously, I have no clue why. To me, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. It really doesn't make any sense. Because if there's a midnight release in Seattle, right? Then that means that it's going to be quite literally 3 a.m. in the East Coast that it releases. Which means that if you're getting it at midnight, then somebody has to stay up till 3 a.m. in order to get it on the East Coast. Right? Look at Sydney. Sydney, Australia. They have to wait till 3 a.m. tomorrow. Because of the way that shit works. It sucks. But somebody's really gonna get the shit end of the stick, unfortunately. And those two areas are easily gonna be Tokyo and Sydney. Those are going to be the two that are just like, fuck, man. Like, I get it, but you got to remember, those are the only two ways. You got to remember, those are the only two ways that they can do it. They're either going to do it in a place that is considered a major hub, or if it's a special thing for them, then chances are they're probably going to do it in their local time. You got to remember, the game is literally made in the middle of a war. That's a pretty special thing. That's a massively special thing. I can't remember the last time that a game was literally being made while their country is being shelled. So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. I don't blame them. They're still, like, I'm still going to play it on Game Pass either way. And I still want to make sure that I play it, right? Because I can't do much in terms of, like, helping people out in the Ukraine, but hey, you know what? I loved the games that came out before. At the very least I can do is, you know, I can show, hey, you know what? I love these guys over in Ukraine. There you go. Even if it happens 3 days from now, because fucking, you know, idiot of dad still has to be finished. I'm still going to play the shit out of it. I'm easily still going to play the shit out of it. Yeah, 5 a.m. in Auckland. Imagine having to wait till 5 a.m. on absolutely, like, shit net to try and download a 160 gig game. That would suck a lot of dick. Would suck all of the dicks. And it ain't any better in Sydney either. I have a buddy of mine who actually lives in Sydney because that's where his work put him. And the internet sucks. The internet in Australia is awful. So me personally, I look at it, it's like, hey, you know what? I got gigabit. I wait like maybe 15, 20 minutes, assuming it's one of those games that doesn't like start and then stop and then start and then stop. All I'd have to do is just sit there and wait like maybe 20 minutes and I'm good to go. Right? I can download it whenever, so it doesn't really bother me. Tell me about bad internet? Oh. Bad internet's the worst. It really, really is. It really is. 170 gigs, yeah. Imagine trying to download 170 gigs on shitternet. Like, even what I used to have when it was Cox Internet, there's no fucking way. There is literally zero way that I'd be able to fucking sit there and go, oh yeah, you know what? I gotta stream in a couple hours. I should probably download S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. And then just like, now all of a sudden it's fucking midnight and I'm only halfway done. But even that's better than some places. Oh, so ShadowTech internet? Oh, it's great. The ShadowTech internet is fine. It takes a little bit longer. It's not 1 gig down. I think the max I've seen it for ShadowTech is like 300 to 400 meg down, which, I mean, okay, it's, maybe a little under half, but that's still pretty good. So it's like I just turn it on and let it download and then just go about whatever the hell else I was doing. So ShadowTech internet is great. I've never had a problem with ShadowTech internet. I wait a little bit longer, but I mean, it's also not like eating up resources on my PC either. So like I can still sit there and watch shit on YouTube or do whatever the hell I'm doing on my PC, and ShadowTech's just kind of sitting there in the background doing whatever the hell it needs to do, right? Which is cool. I don't have to worry about that. Because I've been there before, and trust me, that sucks. Like, imagine trying to... I remember this. This was not fun. Imagine spending like 3 or 4 days straight making overlays for the stream, and you've been stuck in After Effects for that long. And it's been running in the background, and After Effects is just eating up memory and eating up memory and eating up memory, like it does. And then you're like, oh shit, wait, hang on, I finished that game last night. Fuck, that means I gotta start a new game. But because now you have opened Steam and your PC is doing something other than After Effects, everything slows to a crawl, and After Effects doesn't want to work anymore. And then you're like, well, fuck me, I guess. Now I can't do anything. I've already said it. I really, really, really think there are... Hang on, let me do this really quick. Put it on the BRB screen. Hang on. Only because I know there's a code in my notepad that I gotta delete. There we go. There. So I want I'm not really interested in who wins because like I said, I think it's going to be, I really think this is going to be one of those years where it's like, wow, I'm not really surprised. But I want it to be for trailers and announcements. I want MGS Delta, Death Stranding 2, OD, isn't, whatever that is. That's probably not going to be anything more than a trailer, if I'm being honest. Which, that's fine. Maybe MGS Delta, either final trailer or release date. Death Stranding 2, final trailer or release date. OD, probably trailer. Isn't, trailer. What else is coming out next year? I can't remember. There's some decent stuff. I don't care about GTA 6 because that's the end of next year. I'm trying to remember what else. There's like a bunch of games, and like there's also going to be like a bunch of like world premieres and shit like that. There's going to be like a bunch of world premieres and stuff like that as well that like I'm interested in seeing. But like honestly, the Game Awards this year, I think it's going to be a wash. I really do. Perfect Dark, yeah, Perfect Dark, Fable. Perfect Dark, trailer, Fable, trailer. Yeah. Because I don't think they announced it with the trailer. What was it? Doom. Final trailer or release date. Because there's a bunch of stuff coming out at the beginning of the year, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Doom Dark Ages, yeah. So I'm more interested in stuff like this than I am who wins what this year, because I sincerely think it's all going to be a wash. I sincerely think that the Game Awards is just going to be a complete wash this year. Well, we already know the release date for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, so what I mean by a wash is literally, like, for instance, we already know that everybody's pissed off, understandably, that the Elden Ring DLC is up for Game of the Year. But if you look at all the other games, which one, not do you think should win, but which one do you think is actually going to win? And that's more than likely what's going to win. Right? So if you look at Game of the Year, and they've got the Elden Ring DLC, they got Black Myth Wukong, they got Metaphor ReFantazio, they got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, they got Balatro, and they've got Astrobot. It doesn't matter which one you think you want to win, but which one do you think they're going to vote for that is going to win? Chances are it's going to be the Elden Ring DLC. Right? That's what I mean by a wash. So it's like, okay, basically whatever one you think they're going to pick is probably what they're going to pick, and then it's just boring because there's no competition. Ghost of Yotei, yep, same thing. Ghost of Yotei, probably trailer. I don't think release date just yet. I think that's probably going to come out probably closer to the summer. But maybe release date. I'd be surprised, though, because they only have one trailer out. But yeah, I really... Here, I'll show you. The GameAwards.com, right? Go to the Game Awards. Nominees. View all categories, right? Game of the Year. Here's the nominees for Game of the Year. Right? Do you think they're going to pick Astrobot for Game of the Year? Probably not. Do you think they're going to pick Balatro for Game of the Year? Probably not. Do you think they're going to pick Black Myth Wukong for Game of the Year? There's probably strong competition, but when you put it up against Elden Ring DLC, which one do you think they're going to pick? That's what I mean by a wash. Or what was the next one? What was the next category? Hang on. Best game direction. I already voted for this shit, so I don't care. But like, yeah, best game direction. Literally the same games that they had for Game of the Year. So which one's gonna win? Well, if this one wins Game of the Year, chances are it's gonna win game direction as well, right? That's what I mean. Like, it's gonna be a wash. So even if Black Myth Wukong wins, you're sitting there going, I'm not really surprised. Like, I'd be surprised if Balatro won. I'd be really surprised if Astrobot won, or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or Metaphor ReFantazio. It literally is just going to come down between these two. That's all it's going to come down to. So either way, you're not going to be surprised at all, and it's just going to... That's why they call it a wash. And wild that a DLC is considered a game to be put here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We talked about it. It's... They specifically have something in the FAQ. This is what the FAQ says, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. But this is what they say. If I can scroll down. There we go. Are DLCs, expansion packs, and remakes and remasters eligible? The Game Awards aims to recognize the best creative and technical work each year, irrespective of format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLC, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the new creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. Factors such as the newness of the content and its price and value should be taken into consideration. So basically, the reason they did that is so that they could go Elden Ring DLC Game of the Year nominee. That's it. Where was Phantom Liberty Game of the Year nomination? I feel like they're only doing it to fill up space. No, they're not doing it to fill up space. They're doing it specifically for this. Like, literally only this game. That's the point. Because if they were doing it for DLCs and stuff like that, specifically across the board, then yes, Phantom Liberty should absolutely be up here. I completely agree, right? I think Balatro was put in there because they were like, well, yeah, I mean, it's a really popular game and everything, and we've only got 5. We need 6, and nobody thought of Phantom Liberty, so they just went, fuck it, throw this in. With all the backlash of it being there, I've been seeing nonstop. I don't think it stands a chance against FF Rebirth or Wukong. Maybe. We'll see. They have from yesterday till I think it's like 2 days before to vote on it. I think it's something like that. It's like from yesterday till 2 days before the Game Awards actually happens. Wukong is like the BG3 of this year. In terms of gameplay, I'm sure that there are a lot of people that would agree. But Black Myth Wukong also had a lot of controversy, and it could kind of go either way. Because there were a lot of people, especially in legacy media and stuff like that, that took a lot of things that were mistranslated and tried to run with it as if it was the truth. And then they literally just wanted to sit there and spam the fuck out of all the things that China's done wrong, when literally all Game Science wanted to do was celebrate that they released their game, right? Remember what IGN said? There's no women in it, which we all know is bullshit. There's no representation of women. No, that just means that they never made it to the final act. That's all that means. They just never made it to the final thing. There are women in it. It just means that they only played probably 2 hours. Right? And then when they try to bring it up, Game Science said something along the lines of, listen, we made the game that we made, we're standing by it, we don't want to talk about social issues and shit like that, but then it gets mistranslated into, we don't want to talk about feminist propaganda. You see what I mean? Like, so who knows? There's a lot of things that could happen, but honestly, I think it's coming down to these two. I really do. I think it's coming down to Black Myth Wukong, and I think it's coming down to Elden Ring DLC. Because Spectre brings up a really, really, really good point. If they were going to allow DLC, why is Phantom Liberty not here? Phantom Liberty is easily one of the best DLCs to come out in a very, very, very long time, and should, if they're going to add DLC, should absolutely be where Balatro is. Yeah, they absolutely bent the rules. 100% they did. 100%, but they can't even be consistent about it. That's the point. Phantom Liberty was amazing. Phantom Liberty was really, really, really good. I loved Phantom Liberty. It was a fantastic, fantastic DLC. Loved everything about it. But we have Balatro. And I'm not saying anything bad about Balatro, but Balatro is a mobile game and an indie game. I kind of find it hard to believe that with all the hype and with all the success that Phantom Liberty had, that Balatro wins out over that. So they bend the rules for Elden Ring DLC, but they can't even be consistent when it comes to bending the rules. That's what sucks. Astrobot also sticks out here like, who the fuck put it? Yeah, that's, again, same thing. Right? Like, honestly, I'm sure that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is really, really good. I'm sure it's really, really good. And at this point, I don't consider this a remake. I don't. I'm sure that it's labeled as such by a lot of places, but this is a sequel of a remake, so it is basically a whole new thing. Right? Metaphor ReFantazio, never played it. It's probably a lot like Persona, so the music slaps, the story's really good, assuming you can get through the 40-hour tutorial. The characters are really well done, the writing is really well done, yada yada yada. I'm sure it deserves to be here, just like Final Fantasy VII. These two, I'm just like, where did these come from? So yeah, they bent the rules specifically for Elden Ring DLC, but they can't even be consistent in bending the rules because, again, Phantom Liberty was insanely good. Right? Actually, hang on. Let me take a look at something here. Phantom Liberty release date. Oh, that came out in 2023, so it wouldn't even matter. It came out last year. Didn't come out this year, it came out last year. So it would have been up for something last year, because it was well within the time frame. You can play Rebirth without having to buy a whole other game, and you can't play Erdtree if you don't buy Elden Ring. It's not a standalone. I agree. I completely agree with you. I think it's stupid. I think that they should have something like Best DLC, and then another category, Best Remaster or Remake, right? I think that would work really, really, really well. I don't like that this is here. But everybody knows that the reason why they wrote the FAQ the way that they did was specifically so that they could put the Elden Ring DLC in there. That's just how it is. The only reason I did not vote for Black Myth Wukong is because out of all of these games that are nominees, I only played one of them. That's it. And I don't like, unless I absolutely have to, I do not like voting for something that I have yet to play. Right? So I've never played Metaphor, so I can't vote for that. I haven't played FF7 Rebirth, so I can't vote for that. I haven't played Astrobot and don't intend to, so I can't vote for that. I probably, I've heard Balatro is fun. Maybe someday I'll pick it up, but I haven't played it yet, so I can't vote for that. And I have not played Black Myth Wukong, so I can't vote for that. But I do know for a fact that this DLC, although I disagree with it being on this list for nominees, I do agree that this is a fantastic game, but it's literally the only one on this list that I've played. So it's like, fucked either way. Me personally, I would have liked to have seen, if they were going to do like DLCs, remasters, and remakes, fine. Then make it Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor ReFantazio, Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I don't know, some other game. Because Astrobot is like literally in just as much as Elden Ring DLC is. Right? Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean about it being a wash, right? Like, there's what we want to win, which would be awesome, right? Which would be Black Myth Wukong, because even though I haven't played it, I think that it would be really, really cool, and I think that they, from what I've seen, they've made a great game, and they deserve it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I could totally see, because a lot of people really, really, really like it. It's not out on PC yet, so I haven't been able to play it, but I could see it winning, right? But what's actually going to win, or what is most likely going to win, given, like, how much hog they're sucking on, chances are Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree is going to win. That's exactly what I mean by it's going to be a wash. So, yeah. But I'm more interested, honestly, I'm more interested in the trailers and the world premieres, and they also typically do have like stuff that goes on sale the night of, right? Stuff that gets released the night of, stuff like that. So I'm more interested in seeing this stuff than I really am stuff like this. The only ones that I really, really want to win are best ongoing, best community support, and best action game. Because for best ongoing and best community support, I put Helldivers 2, and for best action game, I put Warhammer 40K. Those are the only three that I'm actually really interested in. Everything else is probably going to be one of these, if I'm being honest. Their only argument for the DLC is that it is big, if not bigger than most games. Even Infinite Wealth could have gone there above Balatro and Astrobot and a DLC. I don't know how well Infinite Wealth did, so I can't really say. I liked Infinite Wealth, but I can tell you I'm still really pissed off at the ending. That's about all I can say for Infinite Wealth. The ending to Infinite Wealth really pissed me off. Because they don't actually leave you on, like, this massive cliffhanger or anything like that. It's just, it is what it is, and they don't leave you with much of anything to, like, want to go out and get the next one. Not to mention the final boss in Infinite Wealth was kind of meh. It didn't make much sense in my opinion. The final boss in Infinite Wealth, in my opinion, was not good. It really was not. So, yeah. But again, this right here is a perfect example of lobbying. Right? Here's Elden Ring DLC. We're lobbying for Elden Ring DLC to be Game of the Year. Oh. Okay. Well, we had remakes on the list last year. Let's put a thing in the FAQ explaining why we're going to have something within that category as Game of the Year this year so that nobody can be pissed off at us. But let's be realistic. It's literally just them dick riding. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Elden Ring. I love the DLC. But this is, at this point, this is just dick riding. That's all this is. And it sucks, but, I mean, what are you going to do? It does suck. But, again, there's only so much we can do about it, right? It blows, but it is what it is. But, it's that time. That's it for me. I will be back later on today. We still have Dad of Boy that we have to get through. Stalker 2 will start once I finish Dad of Boy. But not until, because I don't want to, like, leave this game, like, halfway done and then forget about it, because I am having fun with it. I am definitely having fun with it. So, Stalker 2 will happen when this game is done. But yeah, it just depends on how long it takes to get this game done. So, that's about it. So, guys, gals, pals, thank you for hanging out. Really, really appreciate you. We had True, we had Spectre, we had Alpo, we had Medicine, we had Pixel Pixie, we had Sophia show up for a little bit, we had Sober. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We really, really did. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. So until I see you guys later on today, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. I will be seeing you guys later on. All right, guys, have yourselves a good one. Take care. I'm out for now. Bye, guys.